Okay, so welcome Lucy and Diona in the background there to this live session. So yeah, you were just saying, yeah, you're struggling a little bit with the body and talking about issues of, I mean, the life tests us. Eckhart Tolle says something really interesting. So, if you think life is there to make you happy, then you're going to always be disappointed because it's never going to be meeting your expectation. But life's supposed to make me happy all the time, and that's just not the case.
Oh, is it not? That's disappointing.
Well, what is it from your experience? You experience lots of tests and challenges in your life. And you're like, well, if it was designed to be perfectly blissful, that's clearly it's not, because no one experiences that.
No.
So we've got to wake up and kind of go, yeah, okay, let's look at the design, and maybe there's a design flaw here, which is really what Jesus is doing in A Course in Miracles. He's saying, let's just look at this objectively, and maybe there's just a fundamental flaw in this whole design of this reality, this world that you call your home. And he asks us to really look at that honestly. Say, maybe this is just fundamentally flawed, and it's never going to work. Because if you try and make what is fundamentally flawed and is not designed to work, you're trying to make it work, which is what we all try and do, then it's actually quite a futile pursuit, okay? Because it doesn't work. It's like trying to make an impossible puzzle work. It just doesn't work. And you can try and you can try and you can try, because you're convinced just that you're going to get the answer to this. And that's what everyone's trying to do. We're trying to figure it out. How am I going to make this work? How am I going to put the pieces of this puzzle together? If that just happened and that just happened, then it could work. Okay. So yes, I've still got hope. And Jesus is asking us to be very, very honest and just look at that and say, no, this isn't going to work. And so I'm willing to let it all go. Wow. Now, that doesn't mean you exit straight away and you just commit suicide, because that can be a misinterpretation if you're inexperienced. But it means that you've really got to look very, very carefully at your thought system and say, this thought system is not working, and it's never going to work. I have to abandon the whole thing because it's not working and it's never going to work. It's dysfunctional. And that's what he's asking us to do. He's asking us to look at the ego honestly and say, do you really want this thought system that has hurt you, that has hurt others, that's responsible for all the pain and the suffering and the misery and the sickness and the death? And he kind of lays that on quite thick, because he knows how attached we are to this world. And so he's asking us to follow him and just be really honest for once, and not try and fudge the whole thing and go, oh, well, if that just happened, if I could just get this, if I could get my finances right, then I'd be happy. Or if I just meet the right person, then I'd be happy. Or, if this. And so we continue on the timeline, don't we? It's always like future. And of course, that keeps our minds in time. Now we're attached to this idea of time, which is an illusion. There's no time. There's only now. And yet it's seductive. We keep doing this. And he's saying, stop already, stop. You're hitting your head against a brick wall and you're going, oh, I'm really sore, I'm painful, bleeding. He's saying, stop, just stop doing it. And this is the way you stop. Course in Miracles is absolutely it's set at the highest level of stopping your mind, stopping the ego in its tracks. So it really works, but it's not a path for the faint-hearted. You need to really be willing to dive in there. Look, I was watching John sent out something yesterday about a movie called Unsinkable. So I'm like, okay, well, let me sign up, free movie. I'm watching it, and so the principles they're talking about, it's various American speakers. You've probably seen these kinds of movies, The Secret, and it's all of that kind of interviewing various people like Joe Dispenza, and there were a few other notables, Bob Proctor, and so on. And really they're talking about the essence of the essence of this being unsinkable or resilience is letting go. That you must actually let go. You must forgive. They're talking, people talking about death, and you must actually forgive or let go. But then, like at the end, so then the lady goes into a sales pitch, and she's going, well, if you just do this program, everything's going to work out wonderfully for you. Everything's going to be fantastic, and you're going to be so happy, and da 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 da. And I'm going, but that's just not honest, really. You're not being honest, because you're still going to have your challenges. You're just able to deal with them much better if you really understand. And what also, where like personal growth, because it's in the sort of personal growth genre, where it doesn't go is it doesn't say, but actually this is just a dream. You're just dreaming a dream here. This is an illusion. And that's the fundamental, that's the reason why you can let it go, because it's not real. And unless you go there, it's very difficult to let go. How do you let go of death and chaos and disaster if you still think on some level that it's real? So this is where Jesus is trying to teach us the fundamental simple truth. Okay, this whole thing you've made up is not real. It's a construct of a mind that has gone insane, that is falsely made all these associations, miscreated a false reality. And you can let it go because it's not true and it's not real. And that's in fact the only reason why you can let it go. Any other attempt, if you try and make the ego real and its world real and then let it go, that's not going to work. You have to look at it and say, okay, I'm willing to accept, even if I don't fully get that, because we don't fully get it to start with, but I'm willing to accept the principle that this world is not real, that this world is a dream. And let me just work with that. And as I work with this course, that realization starts to become stronger and stronger. And I start to see more and more that is actually the truth. And you have these experiences as you go along that show you that is the truth. And that's the work. That's why we meet daily, because it's like you just never know when someone's going to have a major insight, and something's just going to pop, and they go, "Wow, okay, I just really got something." So please, invite your niece in to join us for one of our sessions in the week.
Yeah, I just wondered, the live stream, is that actually on YouTube? Could she access it now?
Yeah, she could. Yeah.
I just sent her a message actually and said that we're on live stream. I thought it would be great to.
Yeah, she can join on Zoom if she wants, because then she can actually interact. But it's live streaming on my YouTube channel, which is I'll stick it to. I'll put it in the chat let's just have a look. Where are we, Lucy? There we go. Okay, so this is the link to Zoom. If she wants to join us, she could join us, thealg.club. And then my YouTube is, in fact, maybe we'll just go here, copy it. Copy link. Okay. So if she goes there, she should be able to find it. I think that's my YouTube channel. So she's most welcome to join us in person or live stream or whatever. Okay. So yeah, Iona, anything to share? Haven't spoken for a couple of days.
True. I had on Friday night, I had the most wonderful sleep, and every time I kind of rose up a little, I could hear this kind of joyous voice saying, I totally accept pure formless awareness. I totally accept that I am pure formless awareness. And it came many, many times during the night. And it was just so joyful. And then last night, I was so stiff in my lower back, and I meant to do some exercises this morning, but I was in fact talking to my partner about this, and we went into this wonderful discussion about how the body hangs on to ego thoughts, about fallibility, and being a finite being, the fear packing it away into my head. And I'm much more comfortable now. So I might not have done a written exercise, but that was truly helpful for me this morning.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Well, it's all in the mind.
Yeah.
And just changing your mind about it, looking at it differently, does change it. And you start to see that the mind and the body are, interconnected on this level. What we've done is we've kind of integrated our mind into our body. This is the egos. It's like seemingly a package deal. So our mind is interwoven with the body. But Jesus is telling us very clearly, the body has no will of its own. It's all the mind that's operating this. So if you've got any kind of physical ailment or problem, then look to the mind first, not to the body for the solution, because it's in the mind. David Icke, I don't know if you listened to one of those videos.
Yeah, I did.
He was talking about his arthritis. Interesting. Did you hear that?
Yes.
So it's like, I was like so bad with arthritis that I could hardly walk. And then I just decided that this is crazy. I'm gonna let this go. I'm gonna change my perception. And he said, now I'm pain-free. I don't have it. And I didn't do doctors. I didn't do drugs. I didn't do any of that. So how does that work then? It's just the mind. The mind decides, and then the mind creates that new reality. And then this is a power that the powers that be do not want you to know about. You know this. You are free of all of their shenanigans, the whole medical system, and wants to create a dependency, and you have to go and do this, and you have to, you have to take your drugs, and you just watch the dependency of the mind that people they allow it. I mean, truth be told, you've got to choose to believe that. But there's a system that relies on that, because there's money, and it's really a proxy for control of mind. If you look at it from the bigger picture of the ego, it's all a system of mind control. That's what it's about. And the ego is just using the various mechanisms to control people's minds and keep them in the prison of the separate self. That's the whole deal. And when you understand that, it's so liberating. It's like, I just really can see what's going on in this world, and it makes sense. Finally, I'm actually starting to see the wood for the trees and understand what's really going on. And then you look at something like COVID and you go, well, it kind of makes total sense. I get it. I understand what's happening. It's just ego. That's what it is. And there's nothing really there. It's all mind. It's just this gigantic mass psychosis playing out of a false identity. And yet, there's people then we all have the opportunity to look at it and say, no, this isn't true. I'm choosing another way.
Yes.
And that is what's happening. You're getting the people who are going, okay, I'm buying into this, and then the people who are saying, no, I don't buy this. Sorry, there's something like very, very wrong with this whole system. And even if I don't know exactly why it's wrong, I'll do the exploration and I'll find out why my intuition is telling me that this is wrong. I was speaking to Sue and John's friend, a guy called Len Satoff, Canadian guy, and he said,
yeah, that's a great friend of mine.
No, okay, yeah. And he was saying, intuitively, he said, I hadn't really gone into the whole medical thing and questioned it. But he said, intuitively, when this whole thing started, he said, I just knew it was wrong. And then I started doing it.
Me too.
Yeah. For me, it was just like, no,
what are you doing? Come on, and then you go, okay, well, let me try and figure out what's going on here. And then, you start unraveling the pieces of the puzzle, and you start going, okay, right. So let's just look at, at what's really happening here. And you listen to people like David Icke, and there's various other people and you go, okay. And so now I'm starting to put together a picture of what's going on. And I remember I went away in the hard lockdown. It was about 2 years ago now. I went away to the mountains just to like get away from the city because they were locking everyone down into their houses. I'm like, that's just ridiculous. Sorry. What, I can't go for a run? No, that's not going to happen. So I went off to the mountains and was like, there's no lockdowns there. And I just thought about it, and I actually got quite depressed for about a week or two because it was just like, oh, this is just so awfully dreadful, terrible. Like I'd known about this whole plan and plot for a long time, but it kind of got into the background of because I'd gone to the UK and I'd got married and had a son, and you get busy with your life, so it was just kind of in the background of my awareness. Now suddenly it came into the foreground, and you have to face it, and you have to really look and say, okay, so what is actually going on here? And you understand that there's this gigantic plot to enslave humanity, enslave the mind. It's quite hectic. I think a lot of people don't want to see that because it's too, the realization is too shocking. It's like, oh my God, it's like, I kind of trusted. I thought these authorities were okay. Like, okay, well, we know politicians, are mostly idiotic, but they're not evil. But maybe they're under the sway of a, really an evil mind, what we call evil, and they're just puppets to that. And maybe that is actually the case. Maybe we are living in a matrix that's controlled by kind of evil, like sort of James Bond type evil villains who, are actually really not, their intentions are not good for me or for anyone else, except their little elite. And I think that's why people resist it, because it's so shocking. Oh my God, I thought I could trust the world. I thought I could trust all of this. And actually, I've got to realize that I cannot trust any of it. But that is a massive wake-up call. When you get that, you go, I actually can't trust the ecosystem at all. The whole thing is false. And I'd studied A Course in Miracles a lot. So I just went into that, and I asked the course, and I opened it as an oracle, and there's a part in it where he says, well, what the ego is doing is confusing cause and effect. That's what it's always doing. It inverts cause and effect, and so it makes the effect into the cause and the cause into the effect. I'm going, well, there we go. That's exactly what's happening here. It's just it's so plainly obvious. If you have the spiritual training, you can see. If you don't, then my whole family are in the other camp of like, no, this is all real, and you need to be very, very concerned, and you need to take your vaccines, and it's because if you don't have the spiritual training, well, what's going to tell you that it's all false? What's going to cause you to question it? And so everyone who's questioning this is usually on a spiritual path. Yeah. Or if they weren't, they're getting on one because they're going, okay, hang on, this doesn't stack up. There's so many things that just don't add up. So I think it's brilliant. I think this is part of a massive shift and massive awakening. The Holy Spirit is going to use this to wake up millions and millions and millions of people, and maybe from that core of awakening, we'll create something better.
I'm
better world.
I'm interested in the division that it's sort of seemingly caused in families and within groups. When some of us are holding our own position around this and have had a no right from the beginning, and then like you're saying with family members, where you're the feeling of love towards your family members, you want to kind of
help them.
You want to help them.
What are you doing? Don't take it.
And they're saying, look, you're crazy. I'm really worried about you because you might catch it. I really think you should get the vaccine. And somehow I know it's a construct. I know it's just a bunch of minds kind of bouncing off each other. But somehow to be in that kind of, with a lot of kindness, somehow to be in that kind of sharp reality that this is not the truth that I'm buying into, and yet but finding that place between where we're not in separation, that's the tricky bit for me.
No, I think it's this is global. I mean, I have it with my family. It's happening all over the place. Those who are in the system and those who are not, and then there's a disagreement. You can't agree. How do you agree? It's a fundamentally different viewpoint on life, fundamentally different thought system. It's the ego spirit. You can't really reconcile those, but you can look upon them and not see that they're really separate from you. That's the art of this. So you can see the pattern playing out and observe it with some compassion and go, well, okay, that's what they believe. And they're too fearful to accept the truth. And I can't force that upon them. So, I will hold my position. I'm not just going to agree with them, but at the same time, I'm not going to go out to create conflict. I'm not going to, because you can create a lot of conflict around this, and that's not really helpful.
Yeah.
So I was with my family yesterday. We had a family gathering, and I just observed. It was like the whole day was really interesting because I was just in an observer state, and I'm just watching. So look at all these patterns playing out. Oh, okay, so this one's pattern there, and it was interesting because it wasn't judgmental. It wasn't like, oh, well, that's so bad or terrible or that person's so unconscious. It's just like I notice, and then it just kind of blows through. I'm not attaching to the noticing. It's just okay. In that moment, I noticed. Okay, someone said something, someone's done something. It's a pattern playing out, bit of fear. Okay, but just like don't attach to it. And so it's that equanimity they talk about in Buddhist teaching, which is very simple. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of another to the forgiveness of A Course in Miracles. It just wasn't judging to start with. That was really the thing. So noticing but not judging, and those are two different movements of the mind. When you notice without judgment, you can observe. You observe what's true and what's false. You have to. That's the Holy Spirit's judgment, as Jesus calls it. But then he talks about judgment in the negative sense. That's when you judge it as real. You make it into a problem. You have thoughts and emotions about it that now turbulate your peace, and you allow yourself to be sucked in to a state of separation through that judgment. Whereas discernment is like, I observe that this isn't correct, right? If the person's is in fear and they're playing out their fear pattern, this isn't correct. It's not spiritually true or correct. But I don't judge them for it. So there's no condemnation. There's no, you're so unconscious, because that's just now more ego. So I think that's also the danger. A lot of say anti-vaxxers are now in the okay, well, we're in the right and you're in the wrong. And so now we have this fundamental split in our minds because we've used the situation to create separation, just as the others have. And now we have a great divide going on in our minds. There's us against them, which is classic ego. That's what it does all the time. Tries to create ways of separating us.
It's interesting. I'm back to the mind-body thing because I'm listening to you talking and I'm thinking about my sister's tone of voice and what she said. And I have a pain in my hip. So, yeah, I'm just sitting there and I can feel the sort of pulse of it. And I'm saying it's just a sensation. This doesn't mean anything. This is where I've taken it into my body. That's better. Yeah, it's better now. Much better now.
And when you can do that, you can observe with equanimity and not judge. It's just, it is just a sensation. I had this experience, I think I might have mentioned, with Vipassana. I did this 10-day retreat. And in the first session of what do they call them? Sittings of firm determination, right? You're supposed to sit for an hour and not move. Okay.
This was.
So I'm sitting in this, for some reason, I'd kind of changed my posture for that session and it wasn't that comfortable. So I'm 5 minutes into it. Then I was saying, okay, you've got to stay for an hour. And I'm going, I should really move because this is really uncomfortable. But I was like, okay, I'm up for this. This is the exercise for now. So I just sat there and I observed that sensation, and it was in my hip. Exactly. I just observed it. And it was like, okay, I'm body scanning. I get there. Okay, what is it? It's just like there's some prickling, there's some tingling, there's pressure, there's some heat. And I really got it in that moment. I understood the whole methodology. It was quite a breakthrough because it was like, I see. Because it's not pain. It's only pain if I make it into a problem.
Yeah.
Which is what the mind naturally wants to do. Oh, there's this sensation. Oh, that's interpreted as pain. This is a problem. And now we have an emotional, mental emotional reaction developing from that, which then actually takes us away from our pure formless awareness. kind of ingenious, really, what the ego does. And we don't even know that's happening until we really are willing to zoom out and just go, okay, I'm just going to sit with that. And I'm really just going to observe. And I'm not going to judge it as I'm not going to interpret it. That's the key. So equanimity is not interpreting the sensation as anything other than what the feeling is. You observe it and then you move on. That's it. You don't go, oh, this is a pain. Oh, this isn't good. I need to fix this. No, I just observe it and then I move on to another body part. And so then you teach the mind that you actually don't have to interpret this, judge it, and give it the reality that the mind wants to give it. And it ceases to be a problem. It's just a sensation. Even an intense pain sensation, you can deal with it in the same way. It's very possible. There's a guy called Dan Brule. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He does breath coaching.
Yeah.
So I went to one of his workshops years ago. He told a story about he'd had an injury, quite a serious knee injury. He was playing soccer, as they call it in America, football, and he just like somehow got tackled, and his knee got like literally ripped out of its socket. So like, really serious. That should take months. And he said, I didn't really react to it. I just lay on the side of the field, and it was quite a nice day, and I just looked up at the sky and I breathed, because that's his modality. So he just breathed. So okay, the pain's arising, but I'm just going to breathe, and as I exhale, I'm going to let go of the pain. I'm just going to let it wash over me. Right? And so he didn't go, everyone's saying, you should go see the doctor. No, I'm not going down that road. And he just did that. And then the next day he had a workshop. He had to actually stand. And he said, well, the pain would come, and then I just breathe through it, and I just kind of let that wash over me. And so I didn't make it into a problem. I was just using the breath to release it. And he said within a week, the thing had healed perfectly. A week later, he was able to go on a hike, and walk a couple of hours up a kind of quite a steep hill or mountain. 7 days later. Now, if you've gone to the doctors, they would go, okay, right, no, this is the case, right? We got to do this and this. It's going to take you at least 2 months to recover, because they set these timelines. And his mind would have accepted that and gone, okay, so that's where it is. So now it's going to take me 2 months, not 7 days.
Do you think also, what I've noticed with all the meditation and breathing exercises, that we're taught how to oxygenate the body better. So obviously the tissues are going to be healthier.
Yeah.
I feel healthier on that level.
Yeah. It all goes hand in hand, because on a physical level, your body responds to more oxygenation and better breathing. So it's a complete package. If you're doing something that's good for the mind, then you'll do something that's good for the body, because they're connected. It's one package. Your mind creates the body reality, but it plays out in these mechanisms of things like breathing that can be really helpful. It's a very helpful modality. Why wouldn't you want to use such a powerful tool that you have for improving your health and well-being, and raising your consciousness, coming into greater awareness of who you are? So that's why I just integrate it into everything we do, because it's a tool that helps you to get in there. I see Katie's raised her hand. Katie, you got a question?
Yes. Yeah, I dropped in after some maybe 10 or 20 minutes ago, and I have 2 questions. I think I have 2 questions. Oh no, I have 3 questions. So first one is what is the plan of this session today? Like, when do we go into discussion, and so what's the next point we do? Right now it seems like check in, right?
Yeah. So this was a check-in. I was hoping some more people would arrive, which you duly did, and so is Kim. So yeah, anything to share?
Yeah, I was. So I have the other 2 questions. One is about A Course in Miracles, what I just read from Kenneth Wapnick, and I thought I just want to share it because I like what I read.
Okay.
And I can share it later. And before I share it, After I shared, I meant, yeah, I was doing a Vipassana practice within a Costa Rica scene. I think we did 3 hours.
Okay.
And yeah, and after some time, so there's a person I have a crush on, and then the thought come up, oh, think about the person, and then I thought, oh no, I'm feeling so peaceful right now. I don't want to think about that, and I was like, wow. Normally, I couldn't drop that thought, so this is just like, I thought that's not possible to drop a thought like that. It was,
Yeah.
and but what I was missing was so I felt very peaceful and centered. And yeah, then emotions come up, and then I just look at them, and I felt more. So it was a good experience. What I missed was self, like the knowledge about what I really am, and the experience of being connected with the divine. That's what I missed, and I was also talking with someone about this, and he said, um, I think said something like, yeah, being silent and calm didn't mean that you know what you are. And I thought, yes, that's right. And I know that when I'm doing A Course in Miracles and I'm feeling this devotion, after some time I come into this, when I'm show enough willingness, come into that space of calmness and also love, like feeling calm and connected with the divine, and not calm. And so I think I want to stick with the meditative parts of A Course in Miracles. And it seems like it is about surrendering fear and doing Vipassana. A Course in Miracles is about that, because if I'm not surrendering, I can give it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no.
Look at it with Holy Spirit, so it's
There's no contradiction really. I did this Vipassana
Yeah.
retreat. I remember talking to the teacher, and so I was like, okay, so it's always interesting to see if someone's been doing this path for 25 years, because she had, and like a lot, like hours a day, and like 60-day retreats and stuff. And I said, well, what's your understanding? Do you believe that there's something else? She said, no. These were words. She said, no, there's nothing else besides what's impermanent. And I said, okay, that's interesting, but I don't agree with that, because there's awareness. There's what about God? Pure formless awareness. And then she was, oh yeah, yes, well, I do have some sense of that. So I think like you combine a practice like that with this deep teaching of A Course in Miracles, which is telling you all the time, no, there is God, there is this higher self, there is this true awareness, and this is where we're going. It can be very helpful, because if you just focus on the impermanence, which is this the Buddhist message of anicca, saying everything's impermanent, everything's illusory, and there's no sense of, well, there's actually a permanent self, there's a true awareness there, then you can end up where she was, where it was kind of, I see that everything's impermanent, but I don't have a sense that there's some kind of a permanent awareness behind that, which is also an illusion. Of course, there must be an aware. Who's aware of the impermanence? There must be an awareness that is permanent. It's the awareness that can see everything as impermanent in this world. So I just felt like she'd missed, she hadn't quite gone the whole way, although there's no doubt the practice had helped her. She hadn't gone into, actually there is a self, one self, like this higher self that is there, that's permanent, that's your permanent true nature. And maybe that's because the practice doesn't really it doesn't teach that. It's just teaching, observe everything. Everything's anicca, everything's impermanent, but it doesn't say, but there is a permanent awareness. And that's actually where we're going with this. Right? The first step of that process is to recognize that everything's impermanent. And then once you've recognized that and you've let go of your attachment to it, which is what the practice is designed to do, then you come to the awareness of what's permanent and what's real. And with the Course, he calls that the self or the Christ. In the Buddhist teaching, they don't really go there. It's just like we leave that open for you to experience. But I think if you don't go there and you don't actually have that as part of the teaching, people can go, oh well, everything's just as this woman did, everything's just impermanent, and there's no permanent awareness. Well, that's not the truth either. There must be permanent awareness, otherwise you could have no awareness of the impermanent. It's it's perfectly logical, but you need some pointing to that, and the Course is pointing you to that awareness. As you said, Iona, pure formless awareness. It's pointing you to that awareness all the time. So you can't really miss the message. It's there all the time. Yes, you must let go, but where this is leading you is your awareness of your own self, your own pure formless awareness. And that is a very joyful place to be. That's not nothing, that's everything. And that's not something to be scared of. That's something to embrace and say, actually, I'm coming in to the fullness of my being. And that has true existence, and that is there. It's not a void. It's got an essence that is real. It's the essence of love. And so I don't avoid it. I embrace it. And so I think with the metaphysical teaching of the Course and the idea that God is behind it, or the higher self or pure formless awareness is behind all of this. For me, that works. That's now you've got he's giving you the means, but he's also giving you the end. He's saying the end is God, right? You're going to go into this pure formless awareness, and you're going to merge your awareness with that. In the Buddhist teaching, they don't go into God and self. Buddha just decided it was going to be better for more helpful that you just don't go there and you just practice, and then you have this experience of pure formless awareness just arising, and then you get it just by default without naming it. You just sort of but as I said, in this instance with this lady, and she's doing it 25 years and a lot, like hours and hours and hours and 60-day retreats. I'm going, well, there's something missing then from the teaching. If in 25 years you still haven't understood that there's this pure formless awareness, then that's what you are, beyond the impermanence of the world. It's missing. And I think she kind of got, oh, actually, maybe you're correct there, because she got a bit defensive, because there was clearly something missing in that teaching. So and there's no contradiction. Vipassana is just a practice. It's a meditation practice that can help you with coming into connection with that pure formless awareness, which is what it did for me. I had this pretty amazing experience on day 9 where everything just dropped away, and for a few moments I went into pure formless awareness, and it was just so pure and beautiful. And then I came out of it and I cried, because it was like, how can we have denied that? How can we have done this and pulled this whole veil of illusion over our minds to cover that? And I saw that very clearly, experientially. And then I really got what the Course is saying. So, the experience then confirmed the teachings. Sorry, you were going to say something.
Yeah. I'm happy that you also saw that's like just doing this practice is not bringing us to the experience, or not helping us to see that we are the creator of our experience, that we are divine, and that we are the decision makers. Just by doing this practice, you are not led to see that. You're not led to see that. And
well, it's helpful. I mean, it's part of it. It's helpful, but I think if you just do that, if you just do pure Vipassana, like hardcore, as this lady did, I think there's something missing from it. I think if you add in something like A Course in Miracles to that, and you combine them, I think it's very powerful. I mean, I've been doing that for nearly a year now. I've been doing Vipassana. It's not that I'm a Buddhist. I think it's a good practice. And it's enhanced my meditation practice, and it's helped me to have maybe a deeper experience, and I think more detachment. So like yesterday, like a year ago, I might have been a bit more reactive. Yesterday I just observed, like I just wasn't judging to start with, okay, this is happening, stuff's arising, and it just kind of passes through. Because I got into the habit of just things arise and they come and I notice them and then they pass away, and I don't have to allow my mind to lock into that and judge that. I just don't even go there, which is really where Jesus is leading us with this course, because he's saying, well, forgiveness ultimately should just happen by default. You simply don't you overlook from the start the ego's shenanigans, and the Holy Spirit simply goes, well, that's not real, so don't even go there. And that's that practice of not judging it. You'll still notice it, because if you're in the world of time and space and you've got sense perceptions and you're with people, you can't help but notice it, but there's no judgment around it, and it doesn't really interbulate you. Just, okay, I observe, and then it just blows through. Someone says something, they do something, it arises, and then it just blows through, and I don't attach to any of it. And I've just noticed that, okay, in that moment, that person was expressing fear. Okay, that's all right. Let it blow through. Doesn't matter. That's just where they're at. Oh, that person's really in fear. Oh, they're so unconscious. Oh, I'm so superior to them because I'm, all this kind of stuff. This is how the ego works. Interpreting and judging and labeling, and this practice of just observing and not going into that is very helpful in stopping the judgmental mind. So it's certainly helpful, but I wouldn't say it's the whole picture. I think if you get the course's detailed theology, well, the metaphysics of it behind it, and then the mind training that goes with it, and then you combine it with a practice of just observing body sensations, it can be really, really powerful. You combine those two, and you've got two. And the Vipassana helps you to become aware of emotions. So now you've got course, which is mostly about thoughts, being aware of your thoughts, and you've got another practice that's about emotions, and you combine them. I'm like, wow.
But that's not how I experience it. It's like when I'm reading Kenneth Wapnick, it drives me really crazy. It's like getting so much fear. It's like there's so much fear. I'm really driven to forgive. Like I'm getting really nervous. Like good. Run in circles, make me really crazy. So I'm just thinking, if a cosmic is read really with dedication and willingness, then fear has to come up. That's how I experience it. And sometimes I'm like, most of the time it's like I'm reading it and then it's not coming up. But when I'm reading Kenneth Wapnick, it's no other way than that fear is coming up.
Right. So Kenneth Wapnick's your guru then. He's the one who's pushing your buttons.
He's pushing my buttons, yes.
Then use that. If you do a Vipassana and you simply sit in meditation and you observe the fear and how that fear, feels, and body sensations, that might be helpful because you just observe it. Okay, so fear's coming up. All right, let me just observe that. What does it feel like? Oh, I've got flutters in my stomach. I maybe got sweaty palms, because fear does that, doesn't it? And you just observe. Okay, well, that's what's going on. It'll help you to let it go, to just not allow that reaction, which we call fear, to sustain for very long in your awareness. So these are all it's all tools you find within these paths. I think everyone's going to find their own. Okay, that, like for you, Ken Wapnick really works. Okay, great. You got someone who can really give rise to the fear, and then maybe when it arises, you sit and you do some Vipassana, and you just, okay, let me just observe it. And you've got these amazing teachings and tools from Vipassana comes from the Buddha, and Course in Miracles comes from Jesus. I mean, what more do you want? You've got two of the greatest masters who've ever lived, like now helping you in different ways. I mean, I don't see any contradiction at all in that. It's just different modalities, different ways of finding the truth ultimately. Because remember, Course in Miracles is just one. He says it's one way to the truth. Ultimately. So there's many paths, and he does say this is one path, there's many others, and they differ only in form. They all lead to God in the end. So if it's a good, authentic path coming from a master, like Buddha was a spiritual master, then you could use it. There's no contradiction, and you see that there's no contradiction. So then you you avoid the kind of religious dogmatic sect type minds, because I don't know, only A Course in Miracles, that's it, there's nothing else. Because no, there's many other teachings and practices, and it's not to say you're going to go into another spiritual path necessarily, but practice can be helpful in your to kind of help you on your path. So and if it's true and it's authentic, there won't be a contradiction. What I've seen with the Course is that if anything's true, it'll resonate, that there's agreement. It'll agree with what the Course is saying. And if it's not true, then there'll be disagreement. Okay, well then you use the Course as your standard. Okay, does it agree or doesn't agree? If it agrees, okay, great. I can accept that. That's part of the Holy Spirit's mindset. It's true. And if it doesn't, then okay, I can't reconcile that. So it must be ego, and then I can let it go. So those are my thoughts on that. I hope that helps you, Katie. I mean, you didn't have a direct question there, but are you done with your check-in? Let's go to Kim. Yeah.
Hi, John. I just literally.
Yeah. Hi, Kim.
I just literally walked in the door.
Okay. Yeah. So you joined late. All right. We just done a little check-in. So we haven't missed too much. Anything to share?
I've just been trying to there's quite a lot to do at home and take things around with regard it is in contribution to our move. So I just asked Holy Spirit this morning for me to step away. I just wonder if it's happening or not, but yeah, I'm just doing what I'm doing as it comes. So yeah, that's my check-in for today in terms of what I've been doing today. And also just did a forgiveness meditation this morning before starting everything, because I feel a little bit anxious about some of the things coming up. So let's see as it comes, I guess.
Well,
but
that's
still knowing
the only way you can deal with it, isn't it? It's moment by moment. And if you're just aware, if you're aware of things as they arise, okay, so there's a little bit of anxiety arising, for instance, then just be aware of that. It's okay. Well, I notice that it's just a thought, it's just an emotion, sensation in the body. Okay. But I don't have to honor this. I don't have to make it into a big deal. I can observe it, and I can carry on. Okay, let me just do what I need to do, moment by moment, and that's the way you'll get through it. Because anxiety just takes you out of the moment into the future. Obviously, you can't resolve anything there. Right now, you can go, okay, I'm aware of it. I let it go, and I can stay in the present moment and stay present to, okay, yeah, well, I need to pack that box now. All right, well, let me pack the box, or let me do whatever it is, make the phone call, or all the logistics that go around moving, and then just moment by moment. Then you're in the flow. So the flow and the letting go hand in hand. So the one leads to the other, and they reinforce each other. The more you let go, the more you stay in flow, the easier it is to let go if those emotions come up. So sounds like you're dealing with it pretty well. Just observe.
Maybe not always, it's still going forwards or backwards, and isn't thinking future sometimes, but I'm just trying not to get like even today, I thought I'd be back here by 2:30 and then something happens. So I just have to, like I say, go with the flow You know, okay, I'm joining late. I sent a message saying I'm going to join late, and then I'm joining from the car. So it's one of those things. You know, it's that just working with what I can with at the time. It's not necessarily going to go what I think is the plan. So yeah.
And that the plan is to be in the flow. That's really that's the Holy Spirit's plan. Just stay there and you know allow it to unfold. As soon as you go too much into thinking and oh, this should be happening now, I have an expectation of what should happen, and the expectation isn't being met, then you know that takes you out of the flow because you've got that judgment going on in the mind. So yeah, just be aware of that and use it as practice. Okay, I'm moving. Great practice to be in flow, to let go and find my flow. And as I notice, you know, difficult emotions and thoughts coming up, I can observe them, I can release them, use your breath to help you, and just stay in that kind of open, expansive state that we call flow, where you can just be done through. It's not really you who's the doer. It's like, okay, well, yeah, I'm doing it, but the mind that's doing it through me is really doing it, and that's the Holy Spirit. If you're in your right mind.
Yeah, I mean, I can't always tell, right? I'm sure I've got into ego a lot.
Well, this is the training. It's like to tell. It's like, so how am I feeling? How you tell is how am I feeling? What am I thinking? How am I feeling? Okay, so I'm feeling a little bit inturbulated. So I'm not quite at peace. So I can feel a little bit of that anxiety. Maybe there's a little churning in my stomach. Kind of sort of feeling of something rising in your chest, you know, whatever it is, you notice it and you go, okay, so yeah, there's a little bit of that. So I'm not perfectly in the spirit, but I notice it. By noticing it, I can release it. So, okay, well, yeah, it's just an emotion. That's all. Emotion. It's just a sensation, and there's an emotion behind it. You call that emotion fear or anxiety. Okay, but this isn't really true, and it's not who I really am. So, all right, let me just let this go. Let the sensation go, let the emotion go, and find the equanimity that will come when you do that. And you go, oh, okay, so that feels better. I'm feeling a little bit more peaceful, a little bit calmer. And so now you're starting to discern, okay, well, what's true and what's not? What's my true state? And what's difficult? And if you can do that, then that's great learning, because you're able to now determine the difference between the ego and the spirit, and then choose accordingly. Okay, well, which state do I prefer? And the choice then becomes more and more obvious. Well, of course, I prefer peace. Why would I want to be inturbulated and not peaceful when I could have this peace and actually be very effective in flow? You're very effective. You do things much more efficiently and effectively than if you're in the ego. So just use it as mind training. The whole exercise is there to help you to access flow more and ultimately know who you are through this experience. And that's the real purpose of the move. Although on the level of form, it seems like you're moving somewhere else, and yeah, that's the purpose on the level of form. On the level of truth, it's just an exercise in mind training for you.
Yeah, okay. I suppose if you put it that way. I also had some ego stuff coming up yesterday, and I had to like stop. Myself and Leland were having. It wasn't a bad argument, but it was like I definitely I knew I was getting irritated, and that was coming from ego. And then he was like, "Stop it!" But like, why? Like, you know, as I said, like, what's wrong? Like, I mean, you said it was over something silly. And then I had to he said, like, why are you saying that? Because you actually said that you're going to do this, and you know, and then what happened? Like, why are you getting angry hit up at me, and I had to like stop and go, wait, I have to think about my lesson now. Just to calm down. I'd like stop and go, right, let me go back to my lesson. Excuse me.
Well,
And he
it's
just
good.
smiled. So, but yeah, it's like, I mean, definitely, I feel like the ego is coming up a lot. And the other area where it's coming up is just feeling tired a lot. Also, when we're doing the sessions, like on Friday night, I think I was already tired, but it's just, I just feel tired a lot.
Yeah.
I think on the level of form, I know other reasons why I could be, but yeah, I just feel like, you know, the brain is, or the mind is sort of switching off a little bit.
Well, remember, the ego doesn't like this. So one of its primary defenses is to make you tired. Okay, so we'll make you tired, so you can't concentrate, so you're going to fall asleep.
Yeah.
So you're not going to listen to this stuff because it's threatening to it.
Yeah.
So we'll just put you to sleep.
Yeah.
It's classic. So,
I realized that I think in one of your recordings you mentioned it to one of. Yeah. Okay.
So if you ever have insomnia, just start reading A Course in Miracles. It's going to cure it straight away. Because you'll read it half a page, and then it's like puts you to sleep. So, no, jokes aside, I mean that is something that happens quite a lot because people
No
read
sleeping pills.
no sleeping pills. You just read a course and you're like,
Yeah, just
that'll do it. Yeah.
You slept enough, you can use it for awakening, but if you don't want it, you can use it for sleeping. It went both ways.
Exactly. Free insomnia treatment. So did you have another question, Katie? I saw you raised your hand.
Yes, of course. What was my question? Yeah, I had a question.
Okay. You've forgotten it now.
Yeah. I have to relax and then it will come back.
Okay, no problem. When it comes back. So I think everyone's. Kim, you done with your check-in? I think everyone's done that. So let's have a look at the exercises today. So just wanted to cover these briefly. Exercises 1 to 4. Has anyone had a chance to do those? So I'm aware.
Katie was able to. This beingness was able to do it.
You were able to do them, were you?
Yeah.
Good. So
I'm also in. Okay.
I'm going to share my screen. Reflect on and draw your life. Let's just have a quick look at this. Share screen. And okay, so these are, Lucy, this is a taste of what we do. So for instance, if your niece joined or you join, you can go and do these exercises before next week. So you haven't missed these. So the first one is reflecting on and drawing your life. Which is a self-reflective exercise. So any thoughts on that? Did you manage to do that?
Yeah.
Katie?
Draw your life. I drew my life.
Yeah, I'd be very interested in seeing that. Do you mind sharing it with us?
Yeah, okay. Can you see that?
Let me just unshare my screen, maybe. Then we can see it better. Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah, we can. Yes.
Right. So this is me. The best kind of drawing that I do is when I'm less attached to it.
Yes.
So I'm sitting doodling in this big pad into which my life goes. So
Yes.
I didn't go and do a kind of special event on a lovely piece of paper, but
Yes.
so that's Kenneth and me in the foreground.
Yeah.
little cabin behind us, and I've got lots of hearts there because we're super happy here.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yeah.
then from memory, there's me painting an easel, and there's Kenneth treating a body on a bench.
Yeah.
And behind that, I've just indicated trees and mountains and a view.
Uh-huh.
That's where we are right now.
Yeah.
That's where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And 5 years?
Haven't done it.
You haven't done that yet.
No.
Okay.
Haven't done it. 2027. Actually, I did see it in my mind. And I'll paint a picture. I'm very free. I'm very unencumbered. I have dreamt about this place for a lot of years, where I am in a place of having gone through so much in my life that I'm really in a position to help. And I feel very loose, very free, very, very floating in the way that I look. Lots of kind of floating clothes, and just an inner peace that I have glimpsed now. I was thinking 10 minutes ago, this is perhaps one of the optimal times in my life, just right at this moment.
Yeah, well, I can see. I mean, honestly, since you joined the course, you look about 5 or 10 years younger, honestly.
Oh my God, I'm 35.
Really?
Thank you.
Amazing. Yeah, you just see like there's a light that comes in that maybe wasn't quite there before, and it's visible. You see things dropping away in form. Like I've done these retreats over like weekends, and the physical transformation can be extraordinary. See, like when people come in and then they leave, and you take before and after photos, like, I mean, you can still see it's the same person, but my goodness, like look at what's just happened with the face, and like suddenly things just drop away, and it's like lighter and clearer, and these people look often 5 or 10 years younger, and you can observe that.
I can wear this armor of ego defense, and it almost, we embody it physically, don't we? I can raise shoulders out there, protective, and it's the aura energy becomes very tight and contracted, like I really need to protect myself from attack.
And that reflects in the body and in the face. You get tight, and you get and this is how people age. It's contracted thinking. And then you observe that. Like yesterday I was observing, my cousin he's certainly not on a spiritual path. Yesterday he's only a couple of years older than me, but he looks like 20 years older. It's quite shocking, really, just what the mind does. And he's smoking as well, which doesn't help, of course. That's just like now another mind pattern playing out in the physical. But you're just killing yourself. I'm not yeah.
I have an interesting part to read about this.
Okay.
So when it comes to how we look at the body, and how we then project guilt on it, and how then we attack it. It's just starting to read it. It's from Kenneth Wapnick.
Okay.
It's a short part. I can also put it in the chat if someone wants to read it long.
Yeah.
Okay.
By all means, put it in the chat.
Yeah. So our bodies, which come to symbolize the state of separation, thus also symbolize the guilt of our sinfulness, and this results in the shame associated with our person and with certain bodily functions. One sees in our culture the strong reactions against this shame in the attempts to deny our self-disgust by making the body attractive. Well, that hits me. The huge success of the cosmetic industry is the result of this reaction. When we identify with our physical selves, the pain our bodies inevitably undergo thus unconsciously becomes the punishment we believe is deserved for our sinfulness. A vicious circle is established. The body's fragility witnesses to our sinfulness, which causes us with the body even more strongly as we feel the need to protect it or make it attractive. And this is not like, I mean, this ego dream, this is what I experienced. And then things like, which were possible for David Hawkins and Dr. Hugh Len and Jesus didn't seem like it's like that's not real. Yeah, like Dr. Hawkins, within 2 or 6 weeks, he just let go of his short-sightedness, and he had cancer and asthma and whatever. I think he had over 20 illnesses. Let them all go within some years. Oh.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So it's all possible. This is very, what Ken Wapnick here is saying is very true, and interesting, because he points to these industries. These industries exist because of mind patterns. Cosmetic industry, drug industry, these are multi-billion or trillion-dollar industries, and they exist because of these mind patterns in people. And so, of course, these industries feel a little bit threatened when you challenge the whole mind pattern and you say, okay, well, maybe that's not true. And maybe you really don't need cosmetics. You don't need drugs. This message is not something the ego wants to hear. But it is a message that will free you. Okay, so anyone else like to share their drawing? So you're most welcome to, or not, it's up to you. But any thoughts on that first exercise? Katie, have you managed to give it a bash?
What means give it a bash?
Well, have you tried? have you started?
Yeah, I've tried it.
Yeah. Okay.
I can show it.
Yeah, please do.
Okie dokie. See my camera on. So
There we go.
so this is like I thought we have to just to draw our struggles. So I was so it's like this is one picture and this is one picture. So yeah. And you can see I've drawn a little me here. Just like a comic. And then it's like I'm feeling pulled when I'm in this wrong thinking. It's like there's a wrong idea of something is wrong. Here's the idea of something is right. And when I'm doing that with the ego, I'm feeling this uncertainty and not this clarity. And I want to give it. This picture came into my mind, being like pulled from side to side. And here you can see me in the corner of a room. And when I'm in the ego, it's like the whole world is happening, but without me. Yeah. Yeah.
So you feel a bit separated and alienated.
Yeah.
Okay. Do one 5 years from now?
Yeah. You said this reminds you of the one picture behind a quote you posted.
Yes, yeah, I did. Yeah, it absolutely does. I'll see if I can find that and share it just now.
Freedom and lightness.
Yeah. Excellent. So those are just symbols, really. The idea of picturing this out is just symbolizing it and saying, okay, well, this is where I'm at, but there's this higher self calling me, and what does that look like? So the 5 years, it's there now, it's accessible now. So the idea is to bring it into awareness now, so that you're on this path, so that in 5 years, if you keep working at it, it's well established. That now becomes your kind of default state of awareness. And that's the exercise. Just self-reflective to look at where you are, and then become aware of things that maybe aren't quite where you want them to be, and to let them go and come into an awareness of your higher self and symbolize that. So, Kim, did you manage to do anything or not? Let me share my screen so you can see this picture before we move on from Katie. So
I've still got mine here from when I did it in June last year, Jono.
okay.
I didn't do it one yet recently. When I look at it, it's probably when I did it at the time. I think it was on the first day of the course. It was quite a lot of external rather than internal. Or some internal, but it's more what I see myself, see what's going on in my life, more in the external.
And so did you look at it again, and has anything shifted since then, would you say?
A little bit, like, as in there's still things on external that looks maybe similar or work in progress, but maybe things are changing in terms of a little bit, in terms of what I want to go towards. But yeah, I mean, I think representing myself internally would look quite different.
Or maybe try doing the exercise again and seeing what comes up this time.
Yeah.
Revisit it and see if there's any shift in the way you're feeling, and then that comes out in your drawing. It's just a self-awareness exercise.
It'll probably look quite different because I've got lots of things here in terms of, like I said, if I do it internally, then it will look very different. Maybe.
Okay, we'll give it a bash.
Okay.
And share it next week. Next week, we're going to be doing the name your game exercise, which I know you did it last time, but it's always valuable. Go through it again and just see, okay, so are those patterns still there? Have I let go of some of them? What else is arising? And it's an opportunity for fresh feedback from new people. So that's the program next week. So see if you can do exercise 1 and the other exercises 2, 3, and 4 as well before then. Okay, so I just want to share this.
I'll know the answers for exercises 2, 3, 4, Jono.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you've done that.
Yeah.
So okay. For everyone else, try and do 2, 3, and 4. Let's just have a quick review of that. So Katie, that's the picture, that's the photo, which is quite similar, remarkably similar to yours, actually.
Yeah, we already talked about that some weeks ago, I think.
And she actually even looks a bit like you. So there we go. Obviously, for you, I'll send you that. I'll send you that on WhatsApp if you like, as a slide after the meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So exercise 2. Anyone had any thoughts on this? Kim knows the answer to this, but anyone given this a bash?
I did. I tried.
Yeah, and what happened?
I was woeful at it.
Oh.
It was. Yeah, I was stuck in the box.
You find you?
No, I didn't succeed.
Hmm.
I was doubling back and I still left one undone.
Yeah. If you stay in the box, you're not going to solve the problem. And it's not an impossible problem. There is a solution, a very elegant solution, actually.
Yeah.
But you have to go outside of the box of your thinking. So what's interesting is if you observe just how attached you are to the box. It's like your pen doesn't want to move beyond the box. And the box is in your mind. There is no box.
Yeah. You know what
it's
else?
entirely a mental construct.
Do you know what else I'm seeing for the first time? And I've gone back to this exercise repeatedly.
Hmm.
The number 4. I never saw it.
Draw 4 straight lines.
No.
Okay, you missed that.
I read draw straight lines through all 9 dots. I thought, well, I'll do that. Don't overcomplicate it. Just draw straight lines.
So you missed quite a big part of the instruction then.
Huge.
4 straight lines.
4 straight lines.
Hmm.
No, never saw that until now on screen.
Hmm. So that's also interesting, because then you're like, well, why didn't you pay attention to that? Why did you miss it?
I wonder if we could put something at home.
Yeah, and I can
the
think about many instances when I have been convinced that I have been the correct one.
Hmm.
Nope, that's the way it was. You're wrong, I'm right.
Hmm. Then maybe not, because perception is so variable.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Perception is variable.
So can you really trust it?
Okay.
So persevere with it, and remember the guiding principle is think out of the box.
Yeah.
Okay? So have that in the back of your mind.
Mhm.
And the key thing here is to be playful and just try stuff. Because what everyone does is they get locked into, well, what if I get it wrong? Well, I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm gonna stay within the confines of the box.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work, because that mindset is not going to solve the problem. You're not going to solve it within the box. I can tell you that. The answer lies outside the box. So you have to make one fundamental leap in your mind, and that's to go beyond the box.
Okay.
I'm not going to go further than that, because I'll spoil it for you. But you actually just have to have the courage to go outside of the box, draw outside of the box, and then see what happens. And then the next step will unfold from that once you've done it.
I can laugh at myself, but I also feel an ego nip of disappointment in myself. Yeah, I'm quite.
I didn't
quite
get it.
judgy. I didn't get it.
And so now the ego goes, oh well, look there, you're just stupid. You can't get this stuff.
Yeah.
And so the point of the exercise: observe the mind patterns, observe thoughts, observe emotions. What's going on when you're doing the simple exercise? Am I getting frustrated? Am I getting angry with myself? Am I going, I should be getting this quicker, sooner? Well, who says that? Who judges that? I remember doing an exercise in a workshop, and like I wasn't getting it as quickly as I thought I should get it. And then you notice this ego, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I obviously have all this self-expectation and now self-judgment that I'm not getting this. And I'm like feeling, oh, I should be getting this because I'm like the spiritual teacher and everyone's like going to observe me. And you start noticing how the ego does this. And it's a very interesting exercise to do that, to observe the pattern, because that's really the whole point, is to observe the pattern coming up of the ego. And also just how limiting it is. Right? When you're in it, just how limiting it is in terms of finding solutions to problems. You just don't. And because it wants you to stay stuck in the problem. Here's the thing. It doesn't want you to solve the problem. Because if you solve the problem, then all of that juicy stuff that the ego likes, which is the fear, the anger, the resentment, the frustration, whatever it is that those emotions are, it likes those. So it wants to keep you stuck in the problem and not solving the problem. And just the simple exercise just shows you all of those patterns. And so that's a good exercise. Yeah. I'm not going to give you the answer. It's like, just work on it.
Okay.
Work on it. Yeah, but it's a transformational practice. Because if you get it yourself and you suddenly make that breakthrough, there's like oh, bing, the lights just went on. Oh, wow, Like I actually see, and like maybe I could take the same way of thinking out of the box into every area of my life and just go, okay, well, where am I seeing the box here? And actually, maybe there is no box, because the truth of the matter is there is no box. There's 9 dots in a certain pattern. That's all that's going on in this diagram. You've created the box in your mind. It's a mental construct. And that mental construct then keeps you locked in to not finding a solution. And that's how we play out our lives all over and over and over again. Our mental construct stops us from going into expansive thinking, which can solve anything. As Einstein said, significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. Okay, so you're not going to solve the problem within the box. That's never going to work. And yet, even with that tip, it's so interesting how the mind is attached to its, no, I'm still going to try and find it in the box.
Yeah.
Because I'm just so used to doing that I'll keep doing it. And Einstein also said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. It's not going to work. So just observe, like and observe compassionately and with a lightness. Okay, I'm just observing. Okay, these are the patterns playing out. The minds are, these thoughts are arising, emotions are arising, and none of this is me. This isn't really Iona. Actually, this is just a pattern that's come into some kind of existence in my mind. And now, through this exercise, I have a chance to look at the pattern and undo the pattern. And when you undo the pattern significant enough, you'll solve the problem.
Yeah.
That's how it works. So persevere with it.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you the answer, because that stops your learning.
Of course it does. Yeah.
It's about trying to do it yourself.
Yeah.
And struggling with it a bit. Like you sit with it and you're like, okay, well, I can't get the answer straight away, and I'm sitting, and don't cheat. Like Lauren cheated. She went on the internet and went, I want the answer. No, don't do that, because you sabotage your own learning. Try and get it yourself.
Lauren and me did that. So did you have another exercise?
Huh? I do actually, yes. So you can do it's called a 6 matchstick exercise. So you get 6 matches and or toothpicks or whatever, just little sticks.
6 sticks.
Yeah, 6 sticks.
Okay.
So toothpicks will work as well as matches if you don't have matches. And you have to make 4 triangles, 4 equilateral triangles. An equilateral triangle is one with equal angles. So it's 60-degree angle on each angle. Okay, so 4 equilateral triangles with those 6 matches, and you can use some sticky stuff like here we call it press stick. I think in the UK it's called blue tack. Am I right? It's like sticky,
Yeah.
Yeah. So a little bit of blue tack and 6 matchsticks or toothpicks.
Make 4 triangles with 6 matchsticks.
Yes, 4 equilateral triangles. Yeah.
What is equilateral? Equilateral?
Equilateral. It means that they have equal angles.
Equilateral.
Yeah, I'll Google it for you. Equilateral triangle. There we go.
Equilateral.
So there, you can see a picture, right? An equilateral triangle looks like that. Okay. So it's equal angles. That angle is equal to that angle, equal to that angle. Obviously, you don't have to be anal about the angle, but roughly getting it right. 4 equilateral triangles with
6 matchsticks.
6 matchsticks,
Okay.
toothpicks, and a bit of blue tack or whatever you call it. I don't know what they call it in German, but there'll be something like that. It's a sticky stuff that you can use it to put posters and things up.
I just grabbed my matches.
So don't cheat on this one, and just work with it, because again, it's the same kind of thing.
Don't
Like,
cheat,
okay.
Katie.
No,
Don't cheat, Katie.
No. So obviously, if you the nice thing of a retreat is if you're in a room, then you can't. It's like, okay, you're in a room, you don't have access to internet, You know, you got to just sit there and work with it, and then you watch, you observe your patterns, you observe other people's patterns. It's quite interesting to observe just how an exercise like this can totally blow someone, just maybe freak them out.
They don't.
Are you trying to do it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm also trying to
I think
Yeah.
I've done it.
do it and going crazy.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think we've done it.
You've done it.
Don't
Okay.
show it. Don't show it the camera. I
No, no,
cheat.
okay.
Don't ruin it for Katie.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, ego restored.
Yeah. You've done it. Yeah.
Artie.
It is arty.
Oh. Oh.
Whoa,
Yeah.
quite beautiful.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh wait,
So you
yeah.
have to, the tip is you have to think in another dimension. That's your tip, Katie, to get the answer.
Think in another dimension, Katie.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah. Don't think flat.
My mind blown.
Oh no, not again.
You can't solve the
Not
problem at the
again.
same level of thinking you were at when you created it. So it's
Oh.
another level. Yeah.
Jono, I need to share this with you because
Yeah.
I had the 6 matches, and then when I did one move, Lucy said, I think we're getting somewhere. Now I heard immediately external validation,
Yes.
encouragement,
Yes.
which gave me the oomph to just keep going with it.
Yes. Yeah.
I noticed this pattern in myself. When I get a bit of encouragement, it's whoa, turbo.
Yes.
But if it isn't there, I can question myself.
Yes. And then you stop yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's great that you had help, because in like a retreat, you'd have someone who's helping you and saying, yes, if you're going in the right direction, they give you the feedback. They just applause. They say yes when you're getting it right. When you're getting it wrong, they say nothing. So it's like, listen to the feedback, and the feedback will give you the answer, because as you're going through it. So why don't we try? Tell you what. So you do the exercise with the 9 dots, and I'll give you the feedback, and I'll show you how quickly we can solve it.
Oh yeah, because I can't get
We'll
that.
try that. So get out. I don't know if you printed out the manual. Get that out, or just draw nine dots, sort of equidistant from each other.
Okay.
In this pattern.
Right.
I think I've tried something, but I don't know if it's okay.
Yeah. You wanna show us? Well, Iona and
Yeah. Okay. This is
yeah. Show us what you've done.
it's not perfect.
Okay, let's have a look. Put your camera on. Okay. No, but that's not 6 equilateral triangles. Sorry, that's not 4 equilateral triangles, is it?
Why? Yeah, I have to Google what equilateral means.
As I said, yeah, Katie, pay attention. It's a triangle with equal angles.
Without lifting a pen. That's right.
Ah.
You see, equal angles. So that's a 60-degree angle, 60-degree angle, 60
Oh,
degree.
okay.
That's what it means. So you've got to make 4 of those with
Yeah,
6
okay.
matchsticks. And blue tack will help you. Have you got any sticky stuff like blue tack or press stick?
No.
I think it might be called press stick in Germany. I'm not sure.
Plastic. Plastic. Yeah, it's called in Germany Klebestift.
Yes.
Gum stick.
That stuff, yeah. And just a blob of that and 6 matchsticks or toothpicks will do it. So you work on that one, and Iona and Lucy.
Yeah.
If you show me, like as you draw, I'll give you the feedback, and I'll help you to solve it.
Want it,
Mine's quite small. Do you want us to show you as we do it?
Yeah, because then I can help you. So let me stop my share, then I can see your. Okay. So hold that a bit closer. Okay. So where we Where are we at? Okay, so there's your 6 things. Okay, so make your first move. Where are you going to go first?
Like chess.
I just bring it up a bit.
Whoops, I can't actually see.
Zoom out a bit and bring it up a bit because I'm not seeing the bottom. Yeah. So make your first move.
My first
There
move.
you go. Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Okay. Getting the feedback.
Okay.
Okay, so where to now? You made your first move. Don't stop there. Don't stop there. What's next?
Sweet.
No.
Okay, so 1. What about that?
No, but whoa.
No.
Like you went. Why have you stopped your move? Where did you end up on the first move?
There.
No, you went beyond that.
Oh, I went here. Yeah, I went here. I didn't. I
Exactly.
meant to go. I
So
meant
you
to
get
go
applause,
there.
and then you get applause, and then you go back.
Oh.
Where are you? Okay, so you get applause. The universe is saying, good. Okay, it's right. It's not wrong. It's right. Okay, so now where you go from there? So look at it, turn it around, look at it. So where can you draw the next line that will go through the maximum number of dots from that point?
From there.
Yeah, from out there. So you're not lifting your pen, are you?
Not lifting your pen. Where can you go from there? That's going to connect the maximum number of dots with a straight line.
And it's got to be straight.
Yeah, it has to be straight. Yeah. So draw a straight line from there. It's obvious. Draw a straight line from there through the maximum number of dots you can draw it.
Is it just going to join
It's
up
there.
3? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
there.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, don't stop there. Keep going. The universe is applauding.
Draw.
Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. And then am I going here?
Yes, you
All
are.
right.
Oh, God.
There, yes, good. Okay. Keep
Yeah.
going. Don't stop. Keep
Going,
going.
keep
The
going.
universe is applauding. Why are you stopping yourself? Keep going. Okay. And now apply the same logic. Where do you go? There we go. You did it. Woohoo!
That was amazing.
There you go.
Oh my gosh, that was so amazing.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So that's 1,
2,
2.
Was the pen on the
Oh yeah.
paper all the time?
4. That's brilliant.
there we go.
I love it.
But you have to think outside the box.
Yeah. You got to think outside
point.
the box.
And did you notice how your ego wanted to stop you at the box?
Yeah. Well,
So you draw on that first line and then you went back to the box.
I did.
And instead of like, okay, so the universe is applauding you. You've got the feedback. Okay,
Yeah.
well, keep going. That's saying good.
Yeah. You
You're on the
gotta-
right track here. So don't go back.
Yeah.
Carry on. Like, where are you from there? And then the only 2 insights you need are, well, the first thing is to go outside of the box in that first line.
And that's
And then to look from there, if you just observe, okay, well, from that point, how could I draw a line that connects the maximum number of dots? And I just draw a straight line through the other 2 dots.
brilliant.
And then I go beyond the box again. And then it's obvious.
It's just
And then apply the same logic. So there's just 2 insights you need to get.
yeah.
But it's interesting to observe how the ego wants to stop you,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah. That's so brilliant.
And also that it's really helpful to get feedback from your environment in these things. So if you listen and you tune in and you get the feedback, then you can solve the problem quite quickly.
Yeah.
Because you just listen, I'm going applause. Okay, that's showing me I'm going in the right direction. So keep going. Why stop yourself?
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm going, just keep going. You draw the pen and then you notice you get to the edge of the box and then you stop.
Yeah.
Instead of going, okay, well, keep going. There's no box, so just keep going. Draw the straight line and see where that leads you. And then, oh, okay, well, from that point, then it leads me to the next obvious step, you see? And this is the way life works. Okay, well, I go and I solve the one problem and I'm just able to expand my thinking a bit. Then my next step becomes obvious. I didn't know the next step before I started the first step. And this is how life works, really. Isn't it?
4 triangles, right?
Okay,
Not
we'll go back to Katie. Four triangles. Yeah.
okay, not 3, 4.
4, yeah, 4. You have to pay, like, the instructions are there for a reason, right? It's because that's the problem. If you fudge the instructions, then you're not really solving the problem. Okay. Show me, Katie. Well, we'll do it the same way. So let's iterate this. So show me what you're doing, and I'll give you the applause. And Iona and because it sounds like Iona and
Lucy.
Lucy have solved it.
Look. It goes
Oh,
1,
the triangles.
2,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
3.
Okay, so let's have a look at your
Oh wait, let me do it. Right.
Oh, our
okay. So yeah, I can kind of see it. So the feedback, Katie, is you've got to think in another dimension. Okay. Think in another dimension. This isn't flatland. Flatland isn't going to work here. Okay, so that's the key.
That's it.
Yeah. Okay.
Does that help you?
Sweet.
I first to put you. I'll give you a second. I'm here for mobile phones. So I have to make sure that. Okay. So try again.
Okay.
4, 6. Okay.
You got 6 matchsticks there. And have you got blue tack or press stick, whatever you call it there?
Oh, I grab it.
Okay, so
Evan.
Isn't this fun?
yeah, it is. It's kind of like a workshop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Quite nice. So ideally, you do this in a workshop, and everyone's just busy and you're physically there, but you can actually do it on Zoom. It's possible, as we've just done.
Okay. This and this.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got. Okay.
Okay.
Is that like sticky gray stuff? That's what you want. Okay. So that looks like a tube of glue. What is that?
This is.
Yeah, no.
Well,
that's
yeah,
like
this
trick.
is,
Yeah,
like-
no, that's not what I mean. It's like a sticky gray substance, and you use it to put you stick posters up and stuff on walls, and it'll stick to the wall and stick to the poster. But if you don't-
Okay.
you know what I mean? That stuff. Yeah, if you've got some of that. Yeah.
Maybe I have it.
Yeah.
Now I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think.
You got it. So, Iona and Lucy, I see you've been busy with stuff. Are you working on?
Well, I did it again.
Yes.
Yeah. With a little
You did it.
rocket attached.
Okay. Yes, that's cool. Brilliant. So you saw that you did it for yourself, and you saw the logic of it.
Yeah.
And it's an elegant solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's elegant.
And when you get it, it's like, oh, okay, that's
It is.
elegant and it makes sense. But you have to go outside of the box. And
Yeah.
what's interesting is just how attached people are to the box.
Yeah.
Because there's no box. I mean, it doesn't exist. It's in your mind only. You're just seeing it, and then that's stopping you. So how are you doing that in your life over and over and over again? I remember once at school, I had this experience. It was so interesting. We had a little theater, and so they at break time, they would be rehearsing for plays. So they had this the stage set out, and obviously they're just rehearsing, so they don't have all the props. So they created a room, and they said, well, this is the house, and everyone in the play has to go in through the door, so they're training them to walk. And so all of these guys have been conditioned to walk through the door, right? And so then I come along, and they were kind of playing, the master said, oh, we'll grab him, he's an intruder, grab him. It was all kind of play. And so they all try to go in through the door, but there's no door. It was just an open stage. There's no door, and obviously I haven't been conditioned that there's a door, so I just run out, run through the wall, and they all coming in the door, and I escape because they've all been conditioned to go in through the door. It was so fascinating. Instead of like, oh, we'll grab him, we'll just ignore the construct that we've been trained into. They went in through the door, and it was like, okay, well, I'm not bound by that. I'm just going to run through the wall. And it's just the mental, it's a mental construct. That's all it is. It's keeping us in our own mental prisons. And these kinds of experiences are there to show us that. So that's what the exercise is about. Okay, Katie, good. That's good. Getting some
This is
feedback from
good?
the universe there. Yeah. Because
This
you're
is
going
good.
in another dimension. So that's the key, right? What
Like this.
I gave you the applause. So why don't you start? So start with one equilateral triangle, just flat. That would be a good start, wouldn't it? Because then you got one.
You mean like this?
Just flat. Like, what does flat mean? Flat on the surface of the table. Okay, yeah. Why are you putting the one stick on top of the other? It's not an equilateral, right? Equilateral means same angle. Same angle on each corner. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now you got one. Good. Universe, give me. Okay. And then I gave you applause just now for when you went up. So try that. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Oops. You can see you struggling.
Yes.
That's
Have
why
to
you need
make-
the blue tack. Have you got blue tack? Press stick.
I have this, and I didn't know if it will work.
It's like you need to like put the stick into something so that it stays up.
It's not perfect.
That's the idea. Okay, but you just got the insight there. If you continue with that insight, then you'll solve the problem. What I just showed you. And then while you're doing that, let's look at the 16 boxes. So how many boxes do you see?
About 41.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's good that you saw more than 16. Actually, there's more than that.
Yeah, I thought there was.
I
I
remember.
41.
There's many more, but the insight is just to see more, really. And then, how many more? Well, you can go into endless iterations of it, because again, we say, well, how many boxes do you see? And the obvious answer is 16. But actually, there's many more, because again, the box doesn't have to be limited just to the same size. The box is a rectangle. So that's a box. That one's a box, and that one's a box, and you keep doing that. I did it once. I think I counted 87, but I could be wrong. There might be more. So there's many. And so again, the exercises will see more than see more than there than seems to be there.
John, is that right?
Yeah, you're doing well, Katie. Yeah, I think you solved the problem there.
Woo!
Woohoo! Because how many triangles are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, exactly. Well done. So you
But you
have
help.
to,
Yeah, okay.
I
I
did
need
help
your
you.
help.
I did help you, but I gave you the feedback that helped you see, because I'm like, okay, well, you know, when you went up, you went up, but then the universe gave you applause and said, yes, you know, that's
It
the
was
right thing. So listen to that.
that
So
was funny.
So the thing is, you know, we need to listen and tune into the feedback, because life is giving us feedback. And if it's giving us positive feedback, then it's trying to help us. But, you know, if we're not listening and we're stubbornly trying to do it in the same way that we've always tried to do it, then we can't actually listen and take the guidance and solve the problem.
Reflect on what you've learned. Common theme pattern.
Mm.
So well done on that. And,
No hierarchy and difficult.
yeah.
My ego was trying to make up. This was easier than the first exercise. And it's like, no, it's not.
It's the
Thank
same
you.
thing. You just gotta like, there's one key insight that solves the problem. You're just willing to go there and go outside of the paradigm of flatland, because this one was like, well, you have to go into another way of thinking about it, another dimension. Presumably, Iona and Lucy, you got that.
Okay, confession time.
Yeah.
I got 16 on many consecutive days. Lucy looked at it once and went, oh yeah, 41 at least.
Yeah. So you saw
Yeah.
16 initially.
Oh no, not just initially, every day.
Okay.
Seriously, every day. Which again,
Wow.
you know, was very tough on my ego, because, you know, I'm a kind of out of the box spiritual painter is the label.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I could only see 16.
I could
Wow.
only see 16.
Hmm.
So you know, I've got a fear of being laughed at. Like I see something so simple, I immediately go, it's a trap. Somebody else is going to see this, I can't. I'd rather see something less tangential. My pattern is to overcomplicate. I feel fooled. I feel impatient. I'm glad it's over, and basically it's a futile thing to do.
But that's all good, because you can observe the pattern then and go,
Yeah.
okay, so what do these exercises do? I mean, they're very simple exercises, but they can trigger all kinds of thoughts and emotions in people.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point.
Yes.
It's like, okay, so what's the pattern?
Yeah.
And you see, you know, you will see in doing these simple exercises, you'll see your pattern arising. You will. Whatever the pattern of thoughts and emotion is, because it puts you on a little bit of pressure, a little bit of stress. And if it's in a workshop environment, it's even better, because then other people are doing it at the same time. And then you start to compare. You go, oh, that person's just got it. Oh,
Yeah.
why can't I get it? Why can't I get it? Am I the dunce of the class? Oh no, this is, and you feel the whole ego comparison thing arising. It's really good to see that.
But it's bigger than that, isn't it? Because it can go back into a very early childhood patterning. I did not enjoy maths, and I felt a fool when everybody apparently was getting it. Yeah.
And it's not only about math. Math is just a symbol. It's like about everything. I didn't get it in language. I didn't get it in arts. I didn't get it in anything. I didn't get it in even before I went to school.
So then that arises, and you feel like, oh well, I'm somehow less than, and I'm stupid, and you judge yourself. Who's judging you? No one else is judging you. You judging yourself.
But the shame kicks in, and that's very powerful.
So you know, if you observe the patterns, this is good preparation for next week, naming your game. Let me take it to a whole different level. Okay. Then we're really going to see the patterns, because everyone's going to help you see the patterns. Because if you can see the patterns, and you can really name them, you can say, okay, this is the pattern. This is what I do. This is the game I play. This is what I've been doing my entire life. This is what keeps me in prison. Now you identify it, maybe for the first time with absolute clarity. You know what it is that you do, then you can undo it. And the ego only continues as long as there's confusion. You don't know. Okay, well, I don't really know what my pattern is. And the ego wants to keep you in the confusion of not knowing what your pattern is. Because if you know it, then you can undo it.
Yes.
Change your mind. If you don't know it and you're just confused and you keep blaming external factors and people and circumstances, go, well, I'm this because of this. I'm this because, I mean, to use a ridiculous example, my life's a mess because my mother had sour breast milk. This is the kind of logic of the ego. It's just not true. My life's a mess because of how I choose to perceive those past programs. How I choose to perceive it, and I'm still perceiving it through a belief system that's really not serving me anymore at all.
This is reminding me of Matrix, when Morpheus is like, is that Latin and comes from means changing, and neo means new. So Morpheus, the one who's like maybe a symbol for Holy Spirit. Yeah, that would make sense. Like Neo is the Son of God, Morpheus is like the Holy Spirit, and but who's the Father? Trinity is then about the three, but who's the symbol for the Father? So Morpheus was asking Neo, and you think you're really breathing air, when he was in the dojo with him.
Yeah,
and
that's air
Neo
you breathe.
was not as fast as him.
Yeah. We're going to next Saturday night, we're going to have a movie evening. We're going to watch The Matrix.
Ooh.
Together. Yeah, and discuss it, and so I'll pause times in the movie, and we'll pause it, and we'll those kinds of scenes we'll discuss.
That's cool. At what time?
I think we'll do it at the normal time, so 7:30 your time on Saturday next week. That works for you.
At Saturday. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good.
So moving swiftly on to exercise 4. This is just perceptual. Did anyone get any insights in that?
You see this? Seeing the cubes.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like it's like Escher, isn't it? The box is kind of impossible.
Well, the one is, and the other one, so the left one is interesting. If you look at that, can you see that there's two ways of seeing that?
Yeah.
You see that, and it's interesting because you can focus on it, and then you see one, and then you see another.
Yeah, you can.
It kind of it alternates, doesn't it? You can blink and the picture shifts. So the one perspective of the box is that it's going into the page, and the other one that it's coming up and out of the page.
Yeah.
But you can't see both simultaneously. You can flick between them. You notice that?
Yeah.
The mind cannot see both perspectives simultaneously.
Right. Yes.
So it's an interesting exercise in perception, because you cannot see the two different perspectives at the same time. They alternate, and the one denies the other. You see one, you don't see the other, which is an interesting exercise from our point of view as course students, because he's training us in perception, and he's saying you cannot see both the ego's perspective and the Holy Spirit's perspective at the same time, right? The one contradicts the other. It's the same thing. You're looking at so-called reality. You're observing your life and circumstances, and the ego interprets it in one way, and the Holy Spirit interprets it in another way. And depending on which voice you're going to listen to, you're going to have these alternate perspectives. But you must choose between them. So that's kind of the message of the first box. Did anyone get anything else out of that? Any observations that arose?
I think for me the one on the right is very beautiful.
And the one on the right is an impossible box. It doesn't work. And you can try and you look at it and you look at it and you look at it. It's like, okay, I can't actually make this work logically. And so it's a bit like the ego's system, thought system. It's like I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm trying to make this work, and yet it doesn't work because
But
it's an impossible
can.
key.
But it could
Hmm.
because the
Hmm.
strut that's at the front, that's going behind that, the one that
Hmm.
goes out, it could be bent. You know,
Hmm.
it could be like a big right angle, kind of going behind, and then. But
Yeah, but you'd have to change the drawing then, because as it stands, it's an impossible cube.
Yeah.
And just so symbolically, that it's like, okay, you're trying to figure this out, and yet maybe you can't figure it out. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, and it's perfect symbol for the ego, isn't it? That does
That-
get us in an impossible bind.
Yeah. And then we're trying to figure it out. We're trying to make the impossible work.
yeah,
And Jesus is just trying to say, no, forget that. Like, see it for what it is. It's impossible. The idea of separation is an impossible idea. It puts you into an impossible situation that simply doesn't work. And you can try as hard as you like to make it work. It's not going to work.
God.
And so, the symbol of a simple cube like this is just taking you into the whole message of A Course in Miracles.
That's so funny, Jono, because like that second one, I really want to make it work. I'm like, no, I can make it work. I can make it work. And that's really, I do that. I do impossible things. I always have done. And yeah, that something works, but I would say they, essentially they don't they're not utterly fulfilling. It's more like an exercise in thing,
You're trying to fudge it, aren't you? You're trying to like make the best of a bad deal.
Yeah.
Like, so you're trying to make the impossible cube somehow work. And I saw so it's interesting. You go, oh, but you could make it work. You could twist it behind, but it doesn't work as it stands. It doesn't work as it stands. It's the fundamentally flawed design.
Yes.
And so, Jesus is just saying, just look at this fundamentally flawed design of the ego and the world it's created, and see it for what it is. And then you can be free, because you can go, okay, just let go of the impossible cube. It doesn't work. So I don't have to attach my mind to it. I don't have to try and make it work. I can just let it all go.
We're in the impossible cube.
Yeah, we're in an impossible situation, and we're trying to make it work.
Yeah.
Somehow. This is the ego's addiction. We're trying to make the impossible thought system work. And even though it doesn't work, we still try.
Yeah.
we try and we try. If I try harder, if I just try harder, I'll find the formula to make it work.
Yeah.
There's a video from Carol how
Sorry, Katie, you'll have to start again. We didn't get any of that. Your voice is too
Very
distorted.
funny. There's a video on YouTube from Try Hard.
Video on YouTube from who?
Yeah, not trying to just make it.
Okay. So any more comments or thoughts on these first 4 exercises? But they're useful perceptual exercises, aren't they?
Yeah.
Where can I find more exercises like that?
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I can give you a couple more if you like.
Yeah.
Do so. I'll do that. I'll do that after the session, because I think we need to move on now. We're getting we're 2 hours into it. So I want to just cover some of the course. Let's have a look at today's lesson, shall we?
And about the movie thing, I think I could at 9 p.m. my time. Maybe that's too late for everyone else.
Yeah, it's too late. It's 10 o'clock here in South Africa, and in the UK 8 p.m. is not too late, but 10 p.m. is pretty late for anyone in South Africa. So we can do it a bit earlier, I think.
Really is good.
So okay, so let's just have a quick look at today's quote, which kind of leads us nicely into the lesson. So in the process of letting go, you will lose many things from the past, but you will find yourself. Deepak Chopra said that, which is very, very true. So we think we're losing things, but actually we're not losing anything. It can feel like we're losing things that we value when we're letting go, because we're attached to this ego and the familiar. But actually what we're doing is we're opening ourselves to the truth. And fundamental teaching is that in order to open to the truth, we must let go of the false. Can't hold on to it. So in this is from the Manual for Teachers. Jesus is saying you can learn this. In other words, that actually you're not losing anything, as he actually does give up the valueless. So through this letting go, he learns that where he anticipated grief, he finds a happy lightheartedness instead. Where he thought something was asked of him, he finds a gift bestowed on him instead. And so this is what he's offering us through this path of letting go, to really come into joy, happiness, who we really are. But we need to be willing to let go of these things we're attached to, because they block that. We can't be happy and lighthearted if we're really attached to all the false idols that we value in this world. So that's, the essential teaching. So nice preparation for the lesson, which is, I see only the past. So Katie, do you want to read the first paragraph for us, please?
Mhm. This idea is particularly difficult to believe at first, yet it is the rationale for all of the preceding ones. It is the reason why nothing that you see means anything. It is the reason why you have given everything you see all the meaning that it has for you. It is the reason why you don't understand anything you see. It is the reason why your thoughts do not mean anything and why they are like the things you see. It is the reason why you're never upset for the reason you think. It is the reason why you're upset because you see something that is not there.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and it's calming. Starts to feel calming.
You understand why this idea is behind all the other ideas, because he's referring to the previous 6 lessons. You understand why it's the rationale for all of the preceding ideas. No? Anyone can answer that. Any thoughts, Iona?
Well, when I read this lesson, I was amazed. It sort of neatly sweeps up everything that we've learned so far. I see only the past. Without the past, how could I understand where I am in the present? Is the ego rationale. That I'm needing my anchors, my memory of my mother, my father, my household things. I look around here and, oh, that was the basket that my mother gave me, and there were the candles that were always on the dining room table, that sort of thing. That appears to give me stability, continuity, a sense of who I am, where I've come from. But with miracle thinking, this is a drag anchor. This can be a drag anchor. I am only my past.
And if the past isn't true, so the reason why nothing that you see means anything is because if you're identifying, if you're seeing everything from the past and interpreting it from past perspectives, then you're not really seeing anything that's meaningful. The past is over. The past is, and the past never really happened. This is what the teaching is. So now you're bringing this whole construct, all these thoughts and ideas from the past into the present, and you're now interpreting the present from this past perspective. But the past is over, and it never really happened.
But
And
could
all of those ideas in the past are false. So now you bring your falsity from the past into the present,
yeah.
and then you keep on the same track, and you create that in your future based on the past.
Also in the previous lessons, so Jesus says, you know, work the spells and magic on someone who is in a particular level of consciousness. Don't shock them or send them into further fear with miracle thinking. So if I look back at my past and know that that was my state of consciousness then in 1998, yes? And that is why I got so upset over that particular object that somebody else wanted, but I fought over, and that sort of compassion for self for being in that place at that time. But it's more neat to say the past didn't exist. Hi, dear.
Well, if you think about it, there's no objective proof that the past ever happened, is there?
No.
It's in your mind. You have a memory. Oh yes, well, when in 1998, you know, that situation arose. Okay, so that's a memory, and you go, oh well, it happened. Well, did it really happen? Are you sure? Jesus is telling us this is just a dream. So you were dreaming, and now you make the dream real, and you call that, you know, oh well, that was my past. But none of it's real. The dream isn't real in any sense of the word. So when you were dreaming in, you know, 1998, you were still dreaming, and the dream never really happened. Whereas if you lock into the past and you make that dream real, oh no, my past really happened. What have you done? You've just made the whole dream real, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's very cunning, but that's how it works.
Yeah.
And so this simple idea, you know, I see only the past, is simply reminding you, look, I'm not actually seeing truly here at all. I'm seeing based on my past perceptions, my perspectives, and this is all influencing what I'm seeing, my current perception all the time by default. I see only the past. I see it in the cup. Then he goes into this exercise about the cup to kind of help us with it. And this is why nothing I see means anything, and why I've given everything I see all the meaning it has for me, because I'm judging it from the past. And it's the reason why I don't understand anything I see, because I'm judging it based on my past, and my past never really happened. So I'm not really seeing it truly. I'm seeing it through a distorted filter of the ego that's now attached to the past. And it's the reason why my thoughts don't mean anything, because my thoughts are all based on the past. I'm judging everything and thinking continuously the same past patterns that I had are now playing out again and again. And that's influencing what I see. And it's the reason why I'm never upset for the reason I think. I think I'm upset because someone did something or said something, but actually I'm upset because I'm judging it based on my past. I've got a past program and a pattern, and now that gets activated, and now I get upset because of my past. And it's the reason why I'm upset, because I see something that is not there. So I'm always seeing from the past, and the past is over, so it's not really there. And so it's just spinning illusions now, and this is the way the ego works. It perpetuates from the past into the present and recreates the same thing in the future, because it's the same thought system that's directing it. And with these simple ideas, he's asking us to interrupt that whole pattern, question it all, say, no, this is not true. The past is not true. The past, in fact, is over, and it never, in truth, ever happened. So why am I judging from the past if it never happened?
So letting it all go apart from the blessings that it leaves us with. you know, the how can that be separated then from ego? If I'm saying, yeah, I'll let go of all apart from the blessing part of it.
Well, you ultimately got to let it all go. What you see is the good parts, the blessings are symbolic of something that's beyond the dream and something that's present now. So you know, those situations that were blessing, that were nice, you go, well, all that was showing me was something beyond this world. It was showing me spirit and love.
Yes.
So it was symbolic of that, but I'm not attached to the form of it. It was just a temporary form that arose to help me.
Got it.
To connect with the spirit.
Yeah.
And now, you know, through those experiences, I have a deeper connection. I'm much more connected, and I know that that spirit is there.
Yes.
And it's here now. I don't need the past references. I can experience it right now. Because the danger is you can go into nostalgia.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
And nostalgia feels really good for the ego. So, oh, no, but like going to the past and, oh, that was really good. And remember that experience, and we can talk about it, and we can go, oh, those were good times. Those were happy times. But you're still making the past real. So don't go there. Just go, well, I can feel that experience, that happiness and that joy is in me right now. Right now, I can have that experience. So it's not based on the past. It's available right now, and I'm experiencing it right now. And this is where he's trying to bring us into the present joy that's always there, always on. And it's not like you have to reminisce about, oh, well, 50 years ago, I had this amazing, joyful experience. And I'm just like, that was the highlights of my life. And like, I talk about that, I'm nostalgic, but like, I'm not experiencing it now. It's just a distant memory. He's trying to bring us into the present, where it's like, no, it's right now. In this very moment, you can experience that joy that you experience then, because it can come into every experience you have. And then your life is one continuous flowing state of joy. That's where he's trying to take us with. But you must let go of the past in all of its aspects to be open to present joy. Because as soon as you go into the past, it actually blocks that flow.
Yeah.
Joy is just totally present now. There's no thought of past in joy, really, is there? It's just a present experience.
Good.
Jono, can I ask a question about that? Because
Yeah.
I'm curious about the idea of releasing grief or releasing anger from something kind of like a build up, like something in the body that's not been processed. And maybe bringing up the image of somebody who's died, for example, who you feel like, I haven't actually processed that. I haven't been able to let that experience in. That surely you kind of need the image of the past to enable that sort of movement.
Yeah, so it can be helpful to look at it and say, okay, I've still got this stuckness, there's still grief, I haven't really dealt with it. So I bring it up, I look at I bring the person to mind, or I look at a photo of them, whatever, and I allow those emotions to come up. And I observe them, and then I go, okay, well, are these true? Is this happy? Is this joyful? Is it loving? Does it make me feel peaceful? And it won't. If it's grief, it won't make you feel any of that. You'll notice that there's a sadness, there's a block to the awareness of love's presence.
Yeah.
There. So now I observe the block, and I bring it to the truth. The truth is that there's only pure formless awareness. God is pure formless awareness, perfect love. And in truth, nothing really happened. No one really died.
Yeah.
That's just a perception in my mind, which I've made true, and then I've created a thought and emotion about that. And now that's become this emotion I call grief. But in truth, nothing really happened. No one really died, because the mind cannot die. That person, the form of them seemed to die, the body, but the body is not true and the body is not real. And their personality wasn't really true or real either. The character that you got attached to in your dream is not real. And so you start elevating your mind into pure formless awareness that's beyond all illusion. There's no death there. There's no birth, there's no death, there's no change, there's no shift, there's just pure formless awareness. That's the truth. So now I bring those emotions to the truth. And as you do that, you should find that they start to dissipate. So you go, but love is everywhere. Love is always there, eternally. So how can grief be real? How can ideas of sacrifice and pain and sickness and suffering and loss and death, how can that be real if there's only love? There's only this pure formless awareness that's always there. This must therefore be illusion. This grief I'm feeling and the passing of bodies and all the things that happen in time must be illusion. Simply not true. So why am I feeling grief-stricken about what's not true? That doesn't make any sense.
But isn't the grieving process is kind of good for the body though, isn't it? Isn't it?
Well, to release it, like grieving process, you're meaning like a process of releasing the grief.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You need to release the grief. It's gonna free your mind, free your body, and that is a process. Some people, it might take days, weeks, months, but it doesn't have to. It really doesn't. If you really get this teaching, why would you feel grief in the first place? It's like it's an emotion that just doesn't fit with pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
So a body has died, but the body isn't even true. It's not real.
Does that mean then that grief itself, because I always imagined grief as a natural process, but so is grief a condition?
Yeah, grief arises because we've attached to someone's form identity and we've given them some kind of reality as the form of the body, and then there's a personality and we've attached to that and we make it real in our minds. And now why are we grieving? We're grieving because they're missing from our experience. So now I feel like I've lost something because that person is no longer in my life. I can't talk to them anymore. I can't interact with them. And I feel a void in my life. But all of that is your own attachment.
Yes.
It's your attachment to the form of that person.
Yeah.
And their form identity and their body and their personality. And then we feel like, oh, I've lost something because they're now no longer there. But if it was never true, it was an illusion, right? This person wasn't even really there. They're just a dream character. Then why would you feel upset at all? Or it's grief is it comes from the ego's thought system that makes these things real, and then wants you to experience these emotions to confirm the reality of it. Grief confirms, yes, the person was really there, that they really have died, you really have lost them, and you just got to reframe it. Like when you say, I've lost this person. No, you haven't lost them at all. That's an illusion. They were never really there. How can you lose what was never really there? Right? It's a dream character. The body is a dream. It was never really there to start with. So this is where Jesus is trying to take us, because he's saying, none of this is true. None of this is real. And when you realize that, there's total freedom. You don't need to feel grief-stricken at all. And people might go, oh, well, that's not very nice. Surely you should feel some grief if your friend or your family member passed away. Well, why? Who says we must feel grief? It's a seemingly normal thing to do in as a human being. And yet, is it normal? Or are we it's totally upside down thinking? We're just not thinking straight. So what's normal in an illusion, in an upside down world, is actually abnormal and dysfunctional. So it's not to say you're gonna like someone dies, you'll have some stuff to process. But then process it. Just use this thought system and and release it as quickly as you can, because why would you want to feel grief when you can feel joy? It doesn't make any sense. Why do you want to stay in that for any longer than a few moments? Does it need to be weeks? Because we set the limits. Oh no, well, the grieving process is going to take months. Okay, who decided that? You did. Someone said to me, well, how long does this process take? And I go, well, how long do you think? What's the answer to that? Anyone? What's the answer to how long does this process of coming to full enlightenment take?
As long as you choose.
Exactly. It's up to you. You choose. How quickly do you want to get this? He's giving you the whole truth there. How quickly do you want to accept it? That's the only question. Do you want to resist and go, okay, no, I'm not quite ready for that, so I'll delay. In the introduction to the text, he says, this is a required course. Only the time you take it is voluntary. So you choose when you want to take this, when you want to learn this. How long do you want to take about it? Do you want to take years? Do you want to take months? Do you want to take lifetimes? It's up to you. But at some point, you will learn this because it is the truth. So I've just taken the course on board and gone, well, why not just learn it? Just get this done. Just do this. Learn this fully, really immerse yourself in this, learn this thought system, and then it's a done deal. No more pain, no more suffering, no more human experience. Let's just do it. Do this. Like not in another lifetime, now, in this lifetime. Just go the whole way. And that's the invitation that he's giving us all, saying, yeah, you follow me, I'll take you the whole way. There's no holding back here. You're going like into God, into heaven, into enlightenment. The human condition is going to cease to be, and he's going to show you the way if you choose to accept that as your only purpose. It's quite a thing to say, isn't it? It's like, I'm going the whole way here. This is it. Now I'm not holding back anymore. I'm diving into this, and I'm not holding back. I've done that many lifetimes. This is it. Yeah, this lifetime, right now, I'm going into pure formless awareness, and I'm not accepting anything else. And that's what he's asking us to do through this course. Maybe not straight away, but he's asking us for each lesson you do, each time you practice. He's asking for more and more of a commitment to say, yes, okay, I'm willing to give you my whole heart and my whole mind, Jesus. Because he does say, this course will be done perfectly or not at all.
Yeah. Are you going that way?
You will accept this perfectly or not at all.
Perfectly or not at all.
So that is a process. It doesn't just happen. That's why he's given us this process. But it's like, yes, conceptually, there's this, right? There's truth or there's illusion. Those are the choices. And you can't have a little bit of the truth in the illusion. Bring a little bit of the illusion into the truth. These are mutually exclusive domains.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we go on to number 2? Lucy, will you read that for us, please?
So just literally where it says number 2. Yeah. Okay. Old ideas about time are very difficult to change because everything you believe is rooted in time and depends on your not learning these new ideas about it. Yet that is precisely why you need new ideas about time. The first time idea is not really so strange as it may sound at first.
Okay. So anything stand out for you there?
Yeah, I mean, just that first sentence. Old ideas about time are very difficult to change. Yeah, everything is rooted in time. And so how to be timeless, how to release that notion of time and to be in the timeless, to be in the now, to be in the timeless. That new idea about times. I'm curious about about that, about how to bring in the new idea about time?
Well, you use the lesson. So you're saying, I see only the past. By recognizing that you're seeing only the past, you're now creating a new idea about time. You're seeing that I'm only really seeing the past. My entire life, my perception here, it's all based on the past. And the past never really happened. It's a new idea about time. Okay, it's quite radical. This stuff's radical. My life never happened. This is what he's saying.
Yeah.
My dream life that you have all these memories about never really happened.
Wow.
And it's getting tired. She's like,
Oh,
it's the ego checking you out. It's like,
Yeah,
what?
what?
It never really happened.
What about all the stuff?
But
It just happened in your mind, right? In truth,
it's so liberating actually to lose the attachment to that
yeah.
stuff, because
Your entire story of the character of Iona or Lucy or whoever never really happened. It's just a story that's played out in the mind. And it's not true.
yeah.
So you're not bound by any of that. It doesn't matter what the story was and what you've told yourself in the past and what it's led to currently, because our lives currently are the result of all of our past choices. None of that matters because it's all untrue. So you can go into this pure formless awareness right now and experience total freedom and liberation from the entire story if you choose to. This is his invitation. You can let it all go. You are not Lucy, you are not Iona, you're not Kim, you're not Katie. The entire story of your life is not true. The only thing that's true is right now you have an awareness that's arising, that's happy and peaceful and joyful. And you feel that just in these lessons, you go, that feels so nice. That's really nice. And why wouldn't I want more of that?
Yeah.
Why do I want my story? Because my story covers that over. My story replaces that. And these ideas are just the unwinding of the story. In fact, if you really accept and you really deeply understand these first 7 lessons, that's the entire course there.
Yeah.
You've really got it. Like, I'm never upset for the reason I think. I'm upset because I see what is not there. I mean, there's the whole reinterpretation of the dream world there. I see only the past. I mean, it's all in these first 7 lessons. So every day I just remind myself of the first 7 lessons. So just go, okay, remind yourself, because there's like you've got the foundation of the whole thought system if you apply these ideas. Okay, so any questions on number 2? Should we move on to number 3? Katie, will you read number 3 for us, please?
So, Jono, no, I do have a question.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you say the first, I mean, that last sentence as well, the first time idea is not really so strange as it may sound at first.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure if I get that. The first time idea.
What the time idea is?
Well, it's I only see the past. So I think what we're talking about is that's been our reference point. But when you say this first time idea is not really so strange, maybe
So we might have resistance to it and go, well, that's really weird or strange. And now he's going to explain it. So let's go on to paragraph 3, and he explains, well, this is why it's not so strange. So look at a cup, for example. Do you want to read paragraph 3?
Okay. Look at a cup, for example. Do you see a cup, or are you merely reviewing your past experiences of picking up a cup, being thirsty, drinking from a cup, feeling the rim of the cup against your lips, having breakfast, and so on? Are not your aesthetic reactions to the cup too based on past experiences? How else would you know whether or not this kind of cup would break if you drop it? What do you know about this cup except what you learned in the past? You would have no idea what this cup is. except for your past learning, do you then really see it?
So he's trying to then explain why this first time idea isn't so strange through this example of a cup. You can apply that to anything, whatever object you choose. So how would you know anything about the cup if you didn't have a past experience of the cup?
Yeah.
So he's using it to illustrate the point that our past experience colors every perception we have. Every object, how would we know it even has a name? We know it's a cup because of our past experience. We've been taught it's a cup. We know that if we drop the cup, it's going to break. Okay, but that's based on past experience because we've all dropped cups and we know that they break. And so he's illustrating it, but just with a simple example of a cup, as to how our past experiences are influencing all of our perceptions of everything, of that simple cup. The past is entrenched in there. And this is happening by default in all of our perceptions. Our entire world is made up of these past perceptions that now come into the present, and they create our current reality as a perceived reality. So does that make more sense now?
Yeah, I think that, so is that coming back to the first time idea is not really so strange as it may sound so first. So putting it that way, I only see the past is based on, it's like your perception of something that you see based on reference points that you have of past experience. Is that what it would be?
Yeah, so everything you see, you reference to your past experience. The cup, whatever the object is, you only understand it because of your past experience. And that's learning. And now, that keeps us, we say, well, this is how the ego defines learning. That's learning. You now learn how to operate in this world. When we're babies, we don't know any of this stuff. And we've got to learn it from scratch. And you learn by trial and error. And then, okay, now you know what a cup is, and you know the cup's going to break, etc., from experience. But all of that experience is part of the ego construct. It keeps you here, keeps your mind in the dream rather than freeing your mind into pure formless awareness, where there are no cups and there are no past experiences, and there's only this pure formless awareness. So he's asking us to look at like this whole domain of perception we've created and see, well, this is how it works, and it's all based on our past experience, which is not true. That past learning is part of the ego's construct. It keeps us here, and this time idea is just designed to help us recognize that and let it go. Lucy, any questions?
No, not really questions. I was just thinking, I just picked up a pen to look at it. It made me laugh.
Okay.
Oh God, yeah, like the number of times that the body has held something like this and then wants to take it for granted. And I don't know if this is the right words in a way, but as I kind of approached a glass that's in front of me, I felt, like kind of more innocent somehow. I don't know if innocence is the right word, but more curiosity and tenderness, I suppose. The feeling, it feels tender to not know.
It takes you into that state of just pure awareness, pure formless awareness, which is innocent by nature. It doesn't judge. It's almost like going back to when we were babies, just really, really innocent and not all that conditioning. Our minds haven't been conditioned yet. And so the enlightened state is to go into that and perceive that in everything and everyone. That this pure formless awareness is coming in to every perception, and it seems clean and pure and innocent and holy. It's a holy perception because this underlying awareness is what's behind it. And that's the enlightened state of mind, where you see God in everything. God is in everything I see, because God is in my mind. Lesson number 30. It's in everything. It's in the cup. It's in the, because if I'm seeing it from my true awareness, then the past is not there anymore. I'm actually seeing truly for the first time. I'm seeing this as it is. I'm not seeing the form of it. I'm seeing the essence of it, because everything has an essence. It must do, because it all can. There is a fundamental source to all existence. So it's in everything I see, because it's in my mind. That essence, the more I see it externally, the more it activates in my mind, and vice versa. See? So as I start to clean my perception and I see it in these simple objects, then I start to feel it more in my mind. And now I have a stronger connection with God or source. And then I see it more in the world, and then that confirms that it's in my mind, and so it goes. And so this Course in Miracles is this mind training in perception. He's training us to see like this more and more. And as you train your perception, then you must start to believe that the source of the perception is true. If I'm perceiving things as pure and innocent and holy, then there must be a source in my mind from which this is coming. And the more I perceive this way, the more I connect with that source, because the source of the perception is my own true awareness.
I was thinking, Jono, that in my family, education is held aloft. It's held as the kind of highest form of anything, really. And university and study, and so I studied about a million different things. And then at some point, I mean, not that many years ago, at some point I thought, this means nothing. It's such a relief, like, oh, thank God. But then what do I do with that? And it's almost like having nothing to contribute, choosing in a conversation about something almost, the mind perception is I'm dumbing down here, but actually what's happening is a relaxation, there's a, and it's like, oh, Lucy, you've got nothing to say about this, don't you know about that? Not really. that knowing is quite a thing to hold. It's like a grasping at knowledge. Relaxation, that being the child, being the toddler or the newborn is really deeply joyful, isn't it? There's no competition. It's just you and existence, you and material world.
Pure formless awareness, just in your mind, and then you see everything from that awareness. As soon as we name things and we judge them and we label them, you lose the essence of it. So I mean, in say you go into nature, and I love, so people often go in and you go, oh, well, what's that? What's the name of that bush, and what's the name of that tree, and what's the name of that bird? And they're judging, and it's like, what's the point? What, like, it's just a name. And you go, oh, well, that's now the genus this and the species this, and you've classified it, you've categorized it, and it's like, but you're missing the essence of it. You're not even seeing it. You're seeing it based on a construct of your own mind.
Yeah.
The bird seriously doesn't know that it's called a woodpecker or a robin. It doesn't know that. It just is. The name we've given is entirely a construct of our own minds.
I was feeling also we use nature in order to kind of discover ourselves. It's almost like kind of trying to view ourselves through a different window rather than the one that is of our own experience, of our own being in that moment, in that formless moment, but kind of almost anthropomorphizing animals in order to feel something. Do you know what I mean? Like having an animal guide on something. I can only feel that if I then give this a in my mind, I kind of give it a spin, and then I allow myself to feel this feeling. It's like kind of even that feels quite kind of perverted, really.
We name these things. I mean, like the mind is obsessed with naming, and so we name these. It's just a feeling, and then we go, oh, but I can't just accept the feeling as it is. So now I've got to call it, a wolf. I've got to call it a wolf spirit or a whatever, and I've got to name it, and then I've got to draw it out, and then we draw pictures and say, oh, well, that's the spirit of the wolf, and we create a whole story in our mind around what was just a feeling. We've done the same thing with, in every tradition. Angels, same thing. Oh, it's just a feeling. Oh, well, now I'm going to create that feeling into a form. I'm going to call it an angel. Oh, that's Angel Gabriel. That's Angel Michael. And this is what the mind likes to do. Because it creates separation. It creates levels. It creates separation. Instead of just going, okay, that's just a feeling. I'm feeling very powerful. I'm feeling very strong. Okay. And the feeling is just a feeling. That's it. I don't need to name it, label it. I don't need to, anthropomorphize it and call it like an angel. It doesn't, no, it's just a feeling. And I just experience the feeling as it is. And I can appreciate that and experience it directly. And then I don't need to create a story about it. But this is what the mind's always doing. And those stories then show up as, in spiritual traditions, as these kind of characters crop up, animal spirits and angels and whatever. And in the end, all of that is meaningless because there's only one source. It's all the same source. There's only one source behind it all, and we can call that God or love or pure formless awareness. You don't even have to give it a name, just experience it. Experience it fully, and then all of this other stuff just drops away. You recognize, yes, maybe it was useful in that state of awareness you're in to have an idea of an angel or an animal spirit or something, but in the end, it's all the same source. So why do I even need to name it and separate it out in my awareness? And so this is the non-dual teaching. This is where it goes, like one source, that's it. There is no other. There's no alternative. I had a chat to someone last year, and he says, no, I'm of the alternative school of non-duality. I'm like, oh, that's so funny. I said to her, right there, you've got duality. So then is it really non-dual then, or is it just another version of duality that you're calling non-dual? Because the truth is non-dual. The truth is true, and there's nothing else. And there's only one of it. So one of us is then in the truth, and one is not. If you want to create separation, artificial distinctions, then that's not non-dual anymore. So letting it all go and saying, look, there's only one source. It's the very source of my mind that is before form, before time and space. This is where I want to go, because that's where I'll find my salvation. And all of these constructs that I used, they've been maybe helpful. They've taken me to where I am, but now I can let them all go and simply go into that source and just have that pure experience of being that source. That's what he's offering here. And it's so simple. The simplicity of it is unmistakable. You can't oh yeah, that's just so simple. And surely the truth would be simple. It's not going to be complex and difficult and multiple different levels and all these complex things that we've invented that we think are the truth. No, it's just so simple. Just the very essence of me, just the simplicity of that is lovely when you go into that experience. It's like, why would I want any other experience? And this is what he's training us to choose more and more through these simple mind training exercises. So just look about you and observe, right? It's equally true of whatever you look at. Acknowledge this by simply applying the idea for today indiscriminately to whatever catches your eye. So for example, I see only the past in this pencil. You're holding a pen, I see only the past in this pen. I see only the past in this hand. Look next to you, Lucy and I see only the past in that body. I see only the past in that body. Because you've known each other for maybe a number of years. And then there's a past experience there, isn't there? The past comes up. Okay, so observe that. See only the past in that face.
Yes.
And he's just asking us to indiscriminately apply this to every single thing we see. Because it does apply, if it's true, it must apply indiscriminately to whatever it is that you see. And he's not asking you to make distinctions in what you see. That body or that face is no more important than the pen. So it's breaking down the hierarchy of illusions, saying, no, none of that's all just in your mind. You need to let that go. And then you start opening to do your own pure formless awareness. That is the foundation beyond all of these illusions. That's always there. It's just calling you, saying, come. It's time now. I've been here, I've been waiting for a long, long time. Now, now's the time. Okay, so, and then he just says, don't linger, of anything particular, but don't omit anything specifically. So it's like no attachment, it's very casual. Just glance at it very casually, apply the idea, and then move on. So, any questions on this lesson?
Oh, this is not a cup of coffee.
This is not a cup of coffee.
I see only the past in that cup.
Coffee.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You got coffee and biscuits.
Coffee and toast.
Coffee and toast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely. But it doesn't.
It doesn't exist.
It's not real. Oh.
Well, here's the thing: you experience these things, but if you don't experience them from a past perspective,
Yeah.
then the experience can be quite fresh and new and clean.
Yes. Yes.
And you go, well, actually, what's underlying this experience? There's a sensation going on. So you sip the coffee, and you have that taste, but actually, what's underlying this experience is a joy of just being in the present moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So the present moment is the placeholder for every experience.
Mhm. Wow.
But as soon as you judge it from the past, then the quality of that experience changes, doesn't it? It kind of loses its freshness and its lightness, and it starts to become heavier because you've got the whole past that's being brought into it.
True.
So imagine you're experiencing everything anew the first time. It's as though you're sipping this for the first time, you're tasting this for the first time.
Yeah.
It's new, it's fresh, it's clean.
Mm.
Wow, I mean that's a pretty amazing experience there.
I love that quote by Maya Angelou. She says, "This is an amazing day. I've never seen a day like this before." Yeah. And if we
Totally fresh and clean because the past isn't influencing.
yeah, and how joyful to apply that to everything.
Hmm.
You'd be like the happy goldfish in the bowl, wouldn't you? Just like
Yes, yeah. Every 30 seconds they forget. So it's like, oh, I'm seeing that little plant for the first time.
yeah.
But you really can, like if you come into this kind of more aware state, you can see common things again as though you're seeing them completely new.
Mhm.
And this pure formless awareness is coming through and it's very happy, it's very joyful. And now you have that experience, just your ordinary moment by moment experience is actually pretty extraordinary. So I call it an extraordinary ordinary life. You're not having to go and do something amazing. And, a lot of people go, well, extraordinary lives, you've got to achieve amazing things. You've got to do something that is acknowledged as extraordinary. No, just make each experience extraordinary because you change your perception of it.
Yeah,
So the coffee and the toast can be an extraordinary experience.
it is.
Yeah, because you're just experiencing it differently.
Yeah, or Norwegian goat's cheese. Amazing.
No, okay. And then just observe the sensations of it. We're like, okay, it's just a sensation. Yes, I'm not attached to it, but it's arising and it's passing away. It's an experience, and I experience that taste, and it's pleasant. Don't even have to name it. It's just an experience, and then it moves through. Okay, and then you finish chewing the mouthful, and then okay. So there's no attachment to any of it. You experience it, but without attachment, and that's the key. And then you don't accumulate these experiences in the past. Sorry, Katie, what did you say?
I need to go. I want to say
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, pleasure. Thanks for joining. We're going to do a meditation now for those who want to stay for that.
Yeah, Jono, I'll catch up on that recording later. I also need to go.
Okay.
All right.
So
Okay.
thanks for joining. Just
Thank you.
in terms of the program for the week, we're doing sessions every day at 2:30 South African time. That's 12:30 your time, UK time.
And 1:30 Katie.
And 1:30 Katie time. Yeah. So join us for those, and in the evening it's 6:30 UK, 7:30 German time, and 8:30 South African time. So join us in the week if you can. And next week, make sure you put in your diary. Don't miss it. We're going to do the name your game exercise, which is really, really powerful stuff.
And tonight we have no session, right?
No session tonight.
We have okay, then we have every Sunday we have only one session, and Monday to Friday we have 2 sessions.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And Saturday next week we're going to watch The Matrix. So book that out. Saturday evening.
Could we do it earlier than 7:30?
Possibly. Like how much earlier? You thinking about?
7:30 my time.
Yeah.
It would be maybe like 3 hours.
Yeah, it'll be about a 3-hour session. So we'll go be 7:30 to 10:30 your time.
I mean, do it like 3 hours earlier. Would that be possible? Not, it's also okay.
We'll see. So let's ask everyone who's joining in the
Yeah.
week. They're like, what's because I don't mind. I can do it 3 hours earlier, but that's mid-afternoon in the UK, so people might be busy with other stuff. I do have an evening. It's okay. Well, settling down for the evening, Saturday night, let's watch a movie. So let's see what the feeling is. Can Iona and Lucy, can you do like what's 6:30 like next Saturday for you?
I'm sad because I just made an arrangement to be away that night with my daughter. But
Okay.
I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want a movie night? Great.
Well, you could do it could you do it earlier in the afternoon?
Yep. Yeah.
And Iona, could you do it earlier in the afternoon?
No, I'll be traveling.
Okay. So Saturday afternoon and evening's out for you. Okay. So
I'm sad about because I never understood the Matrix.
yeah. There's quite a
I've been living in a box, obviously.
yes, yeah. Well, the Matrix is everywhere, as Morpheus says. The Matrix is everywhere, all around you, and you don't even know it's there. That's kind of why it's the Matrix.
Yep.
So, but I will record it so you can listen to the recordings.
Great.
I record the little bits. So if you watch it and then you play the recording, you'll go, okay, at this point we're now here in the movie, play the recording, and then maybe quite a lot of those scenes will make more sense.
Perfect.
Because it is it's a movie based on Advaita Vedanta, which is Eastern non-dual teaching. So
Yeah.
it's based on exactly the same teaching as A Course in Miracles.
Oh wow.
Just put into a movie. That's pretty amazing actually. I mean, the first movie was one of the most amazing movies. And then obviously once you know the concept, the second, the third, and the fourth ones are never going to be as good. Have you watched number 4 or not?
No, I only ever watched one, but I wasn't fully in. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah, I mean,
it was the first non-dual film I had consciously watched.
Yes.
And I was kind of early in my sort of,
Yeah. Yeah, so it's definitely worth watching again because there's a lot of symbolism, and it's a hero's journey as well. It's about the hero's journey as well as the non-dual teaching, and it's a commentary on society, which is more relevant now 20 odd years later than it was then. It's like, okay, well, look at what's happening now. You know, this isn't the Matrix. Like what are they saying? So yeah, it's going to be good to go and explore it all.
Mm-hmm.
Use it as a learning device. Okay, so any questions on this lesson? Shall we go into a little meditation?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to stand up. I like doing that. Thank you,
I'm
Mum.
Yeah, if you need to stand. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, or standing, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes, and start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose, so breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle. It's a muscle used to contract the flow of urine or squeeze the last drops out. That locks the energy in. It's the root lock in yoga. So you lock that energy in and you feel yourself drawing it up the spine. Feel a little warm tingling thread up the spine. It's the feeling of energy rising into your heart center. You can put one hand on your heart just to connect in with your heart space. Breathing into your heart, drawing it up into the crown of your head. It's a maximal inhale breath. Just pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. Scan your mind, so notice any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations in the body that go along with these. Thought and emotion create sensation. Whatever it is, just a minor upset somewhere, minor pain, discomfort anywhere, butterflies in your stomach, clenched jaw, clenched fists, dry mouth, sweaty palms, extreme nausea and panic attacks can come just from thoughts and emotions. So whatever's arising for you now, just observe it with equanimity. Don't attach to it. Just breathe in again. Create some space, some awareness, some light around the thought and the emotion. So don't make these real. They're just very airy, very light. Remind yourself that really you see only the past. So whatever you're seeing in this situation, if there's any discomfort, it's caused by the past. There's a past experience, past reaction, past beliefs coming in now to influence you, to try and cover over your own true, pure, formless awareness. And so you're just going to let this all go with the help of your breath, the entire past, how it's played out in thoughts, emotions, sensations over the course of your so-called life. Just be willing to drop it all, let it go with the breath. Pull the stomach into the spine, blow the last remaining air out. Just rest here for a few moments in perfect peace and stillness. And you know where else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Please relax, be still. Enter into this domain of pure formless awareness. So breathing in again, noticing stomach rise and the chest rise. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Focusing all your attention particularly on the nostrils, what's going on in your nose. And notice air flowing in and the air flowing out. There's nowhere else to go and there's nothing else to do. Just going to breathe and relax and be still. And sink inward, going inward. Drawing your mind from the external senses, from the external world. Just using the breath as a tool to take you deeper and deeper. Keep watching your breath, just observing. And that peace arising naturally as you watch your breath. So you're just the observer, the pure witness of your breath. There's nothing you have to do, nowhere you have to go. No stressing and straining and striving is required, just observe. So any thoughts that come in, remind yourself of today's lesson that I see only the past. Thought is based on the past, connects me with the past, makes past seem real, so you're simply going to observe casually. We're going into equanimity here. Just observe your breath, subtle flow of air into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Any thoughts, they're like cloud patterns just drifting by, have no power to obscure the eternal sky. Your pure formless awareness, and the light that shines through it, the light of your source. So now as you continue watching the breath, set that in motion. It's just happening automatically. Keep some awareness on it, but to feel a lovely very warm sensation. Just observe the sensations in the body. Observe what this feels like in the crown of your head, the back of your head, face, your jaw, inside of your mouth, your teeth. Observe the sensation in your neck and shoulders. If you notice any tightness or tension, any kind of unpleasant feeling, just breathe into it. Nice full deep inhale. A sense of lightness coming in, just dissipating any darkness, and then you exhale. Notice the sensations in your upper arms, your triceps and your biceps, your elbows and your forearms and your wrists. Your hands, your arms hang limply and heavily off your body. And your awareness all the way back up from the tips of your fingers to your hands, your wrists, your forearms, elbows, upper arms, triceps and biceps. Into your neck and shoulders, breathe in again. Notice any tension, anything feels at all unpleasant, and just release it with the breath. So exhale. Notice what's going on in your upper back, your middle chest. Notice the sensations on the skin. Notice any subtle energy that's deeper than that. Become aware of your entire body, penetrating from the front to the back and the back to the front. So let this awareness flow down to the lower back and the stomach. And you experience a really soft, warm feeling. Let this awareness flow down through your buttocks, your groin, into your upper thighs, the back of your thighs. Observing the sensations on the skin, and maybe there's an awareness of a subtle flow of energy deeper than the skin, penetrating through from the one side of the legs to the other. Noticing the knees and your shins, your calves, ankles and your feet. So let this awareness run down all the way through your ankles, feet, your toes, to the tips of your toes. Zoom out and just notice your whole body as one experience, one energy field. Observe the totality of these perceptions, sense perceptions. So sweep your awareness all the way back up from the tips of your toes to your upper feet, soles of your feet, your ankles, your shins, and your calves. And one deep breath, and just sweeping through these various body parts. all the way up through your groin, your buttocks, to your stomach. And the stomach is connected. Maybe there's a little limpness, heaviness, softness, warmness. Just so in your heart center, just rest for a few minutes, deep silence, to rest your awareness in the heart. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about, just still breathe, relax, and observe your body as one energy field. You can zoom out and perceive there's this whole sensational thing going on with the body. So you observe sensation and emotion and then thought. You stay in this deeply connected state. Be aware of the body, be aware of your heart, how you're feeling, and also being aware of the breath. Let the breath flow in and out through your nose freely. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about for the next few minutes. Just surrender deeply. Just sinking in and deeper and deeper. For a few minutes of deep silence, just rest in God, rest in love. Give everything over to that and just allow yourself to experience it fully. The next 2 minutes of deep silence. And so just very gently coming back from this deep state. An awareness of the body. And breath again. Maybe you just drifted into a very deep state where you were beyond the body. And how nice that felt. But you can come back into the body with that deeper awareness. So, on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale. Scan your mind. Just noticing any thoughts, any emotions, any sensations going on. And just release them. Let them go as you exhale. Just releasing and going to the nothingness they really are. Notice the air flowing out of your mouth, chest and the stomach suck back in. Feel the weight of your body pressing down into the chair on the count of 2. Notice touching and feeling with your hands. Notice any smell in your nose as you inhale. Taste in your mouth. And notice what you're hearing without any judgment. Whatever the sounds are, the sensations, simply look at them equanimously. And you notice how peaceful that perception is. Without judgment, free our minds to see things for the first time, to experience them just as they are. And what we're really experiencing is our own true awareness. So on the count of 3, just open your eyes, look around, and we'll just practice today's lesson one more time. So mind yourself that I see only the past. Look around you. Mind yourself that this is equally true of whatever you look at. So just apply the idea for today indiscriminately to whatever catches your eye. So for example, I see only the past in this pen. See only the past in this hand. See only the past in that foot. See only the past in that sofa. See only the past in that body. See only the past in that shadow. And so on. Just do that for a few more objects. It's very casual. You're not trying to select anything. You're not trying to omit anything. You just glance briefly, use the idea, and then you move on. Notice how you feel as you do the exercise. You should be feeling quite light and clear from the meditation. Notice if you're perceiving in this way, it doesn't really disturb that light, clear state at all. So this is the way we can train our perception even while we're in this so-called world, illusory world, to remain at peace, to remain connected to our true awareness. And then one more time, just say, I see only the past. As you look around, make that all-encompassing kind of statement. Encompasses everything you see in one sweep of the room. I see only the past. And everything I see. When I recognize that, then it's the first step in undoing that way of seeing only the past, starting to see from this state of clarity, which comes from our own true awareness, our pure formless awareness. This is the enlightened perception that we are being trained by Jesus to achieve. So I hope this this meditation helped you to experience a bit of that, and that will help you to carry this into the rest of your evening. We can actually, I was going to do some reading of chapter 2, section, it's not this one's quite a long, function of the miracle worker. There's 8 principles, special principles of miracles, which we can read if you're up for it, or we can end the session here, depending on what your time commitments and so on are. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for reading, not too long. There's 8 principles, so kind of an extension of number 1, the first section, first chapter of section 1 of chapter 1. There's principles of miracles. So this is special principles of miracle workers, and there's a very lovely prayer at the end, which is something that you can remind yourself of frequently. And it's a great way to kind of end off the session, I think. So let's do that. So yeah, will you read for us principle number 1, Lucy? The miracle abolishes.
The miracle abolishes the need for lower order concerns. Since it is an out of pattern time interval, the ordinary considerations of time and space do not apply. When you perform a miracle, I will arrange both time and space to adjust to it.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
I feel like I'm in such a place of no mind. I don't know. I don't know what it means.
Yeah, so you're just in that kind of timeless state. Hmm. Well, ordinary considerations of time and space do not apply. That's just what he's saying. Points you into a timeless state. Abolishes lower order concerns. He's talking about concerns about matters of this world, time and space. And so we can just go into this pure formless awareness, timeless state, and all these lower order concerns are abolished. And he's saying, don't worry about time and space. They will adjust accordingly. And you might have had some of these kinds of experiences where time just seemed to slow down or speed up, or you go, it's quite extraordinary that could have happened, but it did, because time isn't real. Neither is space. So one can have some pretty extraordinary time-space experiences. If that's helpful, I've had coins manifest in my pocket, and course books manifest in cars, and like, where did that come from? How did that happen? Doesn't make any sense. It's an out of pattern, as he says, an out of pattern time interval. Doesn't connect on the time space timeline that should have happened, but it did, because the miracle isn't bound by the laws that it seeks to overcome. It's not bound by time and space. This is why there's no order of difficulty in miracles, which is the first principle. There is no order of difficulty in miracles, because time and space and the limits of time and space simply don't apply. They are not true. Okay, so happy with that? Iona, do you want to read number 2?
Mhm. A clear distinction between what is created and what is made is essential. All forms of healing rest on this fundamental correction in level perception. So I guess the two keywords are create and made.
Let me go to, did you get the definition of terms, by the way? I sent out the other day.
Thank you.
So in our definition, can you see the screen there? We've got creating and making. I think we've got these, yeah. So make, make and create. So make is when we miscreate from the ego.
Aha.
So the Course uses make always with the ego. Trying to make form real and obscure God, or pure formless awareness.
Tries to make form real. Okay.
Yeah. And the maker of the world refers to the ego as the miscreator of this world.
Yeah.
All the material world, forms we perceive in this world. So when we get attached to what we've made, then we're in the ego, because it was made from a desire to deny pure formless awareness and create some other identity. So he's saying we must make a clear distinction between what is created. So creation is the level of truth. Creation is oneness. Creation is anything that comes from God. We actually got, let's just see, creation, revelation. Okay, so it's interesting. So we can add creation. This is kind of a work in progress, this document. So we can add in to make and to create over here. So to create.
Glossary of terms. Adding to.
So how would you define create then, Iona? Any ideas?
Anything from pure formless awareness, pure love, source material. And in the context of this, a clear distinction between what is created and what is made essential. What is made.
Can you see my my glossary or not?
No.
You can't.
No.
Okay.
All forms of healing.
Let me just stop the share and I'll share again on the whole thing, then you should be able to see it.
Right. Refers to what is coming.
Yeah, what is coming from
Pure formless awareness. Right.
pure formless awareness / God. Which is timeless. So when he says that, you create, or creation / I suppose we could say creation, which is eternal. So it's not something that's newly created, it's just always created. It's always there. Creation has always been there, it always will be there. But he does use the term create. So now in this world, when we access creation, we're accessing our pure formless awareness, which is eternal, and it's very different from the ego's making of illusions. So that's how you distinguish between creation and what's made by the ego.
Good.
You ask yourself, is it eternal? Will it last? Or is it temporary? If it's temporary, then create from the ego, miscreate the material world of forms we perceive in this world that are very temporary.
So if you paint a painting or form a sculpture, are you making or creating?
Well, that's an interesting question. So where's it coming from? That's the thing. So when you do that, what's the intention behind it? Are you making something because you like the form and it's a beautiful form? You go, oh, well, it'd be nice to have a beautiful painting or sculpture or whatever, and it'd be nice to look at. And there's one level of how you can do it, and then in this definition, you'd be making it because you're making a form and you're attaching importance and value to the form in and of itself. Creation is eternal and is permanent. So creation is actually referring to the abstract nature of reality. That in this creation is just pure love, pure formless awareness, and that's a very beautiful experience just to be in that. That's true creation. When you access true creation, true creativity is just being in your natural state of oneness with God. But in this world, if you're expressing it through, say, painting or art or music or whatever, and it's coming from that state of mind, that connected state of mind, then you could say that it's creation.
I mean, the artist is always going to say that. They're always going to say it's a creation. And actually, the ego jumps in, of course, and it defines a boundary or, wants the color to be just right or. So it's.
But where's it coming from? Are you attached to the form, or is it just an expression of who you really are? And great art, it comes from who you really are.
Yes, it's true. Yeah. Great art does come from who you really are.
And then then it's not something the ego's made. It's an expression of your true creativity.
Yeah.
So it's all about the intention that comes from where it's coming from. If you're making art, and I'm sure there are artists who do it, they do it for a living, and they go, okay, well, I need to do this because I need some money. I'm going to paint a painting, and then I can sell it, and that would be a level of making. And without the inspiration that really makes great art, inspiration comes from the spirit, which then is expressing a felt sense. So artists, we know, they're more empathic, and they tap into their feelings because that's where they come from.
Yeah.
And they're tapping into source, and they're letting that express through in their painting or sculpture or whatever. And that feeling will be transmitted through the painting.
Yeah.
Won't it? So someone who's open to it and sees that painting will then get the feeling that the artist had when they were painting it.
Yeah.
If their art's in an inspired state, then some of that will transmit. So it becomes a communication device. Art is a communication device. It's used by the spirit, can be very helpful. Used by the ego, not helpful at all. Because then you attach to the form and you make the form important. But the form isn't important, really.
Yes.
It's not, the art itself is temporary. That's going to fade away at some point. But what's important is the essence of the art. It gets communicated through the mechanism of the art, and I think all great artists understand that that's what it's about. It's a communication vehicle for communicating a deep connection, sense of whatever they're trying to communicate with that. But usually an aspect of the spirit coming through to give people a message, to inspire people, to help them out of an egoic pattern, whatever. So how does that sit with you, Iona?
It sits well.
Yeah, because you're an artist, so
Yes.
that
But
kind of
you see, when I was listening, I was thinking about Kenneth here, who's also an artist, but not in the conventional sense.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We kind of touch that label, but actually we're artists in many areas of our own lives.
Yeah,
And if you are creating with love, pure love, you're an artist.
yeah. Well, however that is, we use
However that shows.
we use images, so we use painting, sculpture, it could be words.
Yeah.
Like poets are artists, really, because they're expressing in words what's true for them. They're expressing a feeling. So you read great poetry like Rumi, and it brings that feeling up. You have a feeling of what Rumi must have felt, or similar to what he felt hundreds of years ago when he wrote it.
Yeah, it is something I feel quite strongly about, because I think the term artist, well, everybody wants to be an artist, but it can be very exclusive and excluding, which is my
Yes.
experience of talking to people. I'm not an artist. Oh, I'm not an artist. No. Well, you are. Just let's have a look at what you're doing in your life. What are you doing that creatively? Yeah. Well then, great. Yeah.
Yeah, is it coming from the spirit, really? That's what distinguishes it.
That's
It's
how
coming from that place, and then whatever you do,
yeah.
in that sense, is creative. So you can be creative with words. You can
Yes.
be creative in business.
Yes.
You can because it applies everywhere. That creativity can come through.
Yes.
I've got other businesses. I do corporate finance. Well, I'm trying to be creative with it. It's like, what can happen through this?
You're right.
The spirit can use this for its purposes. So let me be an instrument of that and show up to that. And so even though it's in the domain of finance and money, it can still be creative.
Yeah. So
Be a financial artist.
Yeah, the boundaries for me are really loose, and I think creative parenting is a big one.
Yeah. Yes. To help kids to.
Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Yeah.
So it's taking it into every area of your life and saying the difference between making and creating, and he's trying to guide us here with some of these principles. So a clear distinction between what is created and what is made is essential.
Yeah.
All forms of healing rest on this fundamental correction and level perception. So we must distinguish between the levels. We must see that there's a difference in these levels, and not get confused.
Okay.
So we don't give the ego's level a reality. We simply see it and disregard it and say that's not, that level is not true.
So is that number 3 you're reading? Never confuse.
No, I read number 2. Clear distinction between what is created and what is made is essential.
Is it just me and Lucy now? Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah. It is indeed. Everyone else is. Well, we are into our 4th hour, so almost into our 4th hour. So kind of marathon, but it's been good. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you for staying the course. And unfortunately, it does, like, if you're going to go deeply into this stuff, it does take time. It does take time. Okay, so number 3. You want to read number 3, Iona?
Never confuse right and wrong-mindedness. Responding to any form of error with anything except a desire to heal is an expression of this confusion. So if I am in my right-mindedness, if I'm in my right mind, I only have source in my mind.
Yeah, only the truth.
Only the truth. If I'm in my wrong mind, then I'm in the ego.
Yeah.
Responding to any form of error with anything except a desire to heal is an expression of this confusion. Yeah, it's and what immediately came to mind was the picture of the cube, actually.
Yeah, interesting.
That was- yeah, confusing cube, and I would always be. I remember my reaction to it was fascination. But it was a fascination of trying to make sense, and I knew I would never get out of it because it would always be fundamental confusion. And that is a very good example of ego mind that would have us bound by the ankles.
Confusion.
Yeah.
And that's level confusion, right?
Yeah.
So level confusion is when you mistake this level for reality. Say this is reality, and now I've got to try and figure this out and make this work. And it doesn't work, but if I maintain my belief that it should work, then I'm level confused, because I'm attributing reality to this level which doesn't have reality. It's a profound level confusion.
Good.
So he's talking here about the different levels, and in truth, the level of form is an illusion. So we see it as a level, but in truth, it doesn't even exist. But he's trying to kind of warm us up to that idea by saying, okay, well, you perceive it on these different levels, and so you can see wrong or right-mindedly depending on which level your mind is going to attach to. And then anything except a desire to heal. So that's an interesting, because too often we see error and then we want to condemn it.
Yeah.
And judge it, and we say, that's wrong, that person is wrong, and this is bad, and I somehow feel separate from them. Maybe I judge them, I feel superior to them, or I feel like they should be punished, or these are all the forms of error. There's an expression of confusion. You're confused if you respond with anything except a desire to heal. Okay? So all you really want is that person would heal and come into their right mind.
It's incredibly pure, isn't it?
Oh. There's no other. So whatever the error is, whatever the form of the error is, you would simply want to be helpful in healing the error, helping that person to overcome the error. And you may or may not be able to do that straight away. I spent the day, half of the day anyway, yesterday with my family, and I just observed all these errors. It was extraordinary, just error after error showing up, and but I just had compassion. I was like, actually, I would like to really help them. I don't know how, and I don't know if I will be able to, but there's no condemnation or judgment of the error. It's just seeing that they're lost and confused, and that you would like to help.
Yeah.
Desire to heal, which is the miracle-minded way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so number 4. We've all had a turn. Does Kenneth want to read? Kenneth, do you want to have a little read for us? Or?
Do you want to read? No. Kenneth doesn't read English.
Doesn't read English. Okay, so fair enough.
If you had a Swedish version.
Yeah, that would be interesting, but none of us would understand it. So I don't know if you speak Swedish, but
Not that well.
yeah.
Back to you, Lucy.
Me?
Yeah. So your turn. Yeah. Number 4.
The miracle is always a denial of this error and an affirmation of the truth. The miracle is always a denial of this error and an affirmation of the truth. Only right-mindedness can correct in a way that has any real effect. Pragmatically, what has no real effect has no real existence. This effect then is emptiness. Being without substantial content, it lends itself to projection.
Wow.
Okay, does that make sense?
Not the last one. Being without substantial content, it lends itself to projection.
Mhm.
So if there's no substantial content, then what? There's more likeliness for projection. Understand that?
Hmm. So what the ego's done is it's projected out into an illusion. So I'm going to show you this diagram very briefly. This kind of explains high-level overview of Course in Miracles teaching. So we have the descent into hell, call it. And what we've done is we have no substantial content. The thought of separation is not a substantial thought.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so the ego believes that, and then it goes down this whole track of believing in the idea of separation, and it creating an individual identity, and then it's got all this guilt and sin going on because it's now thinks that it's actually pulled off the impossible and actually destroyed God, or love, or oneness, or pure formless awareness. And so the guilt arises at this terrible sin, and then it's fearing that it's going to be punished for this terrible crime. So it has a false expectation of punishment appearing real. And now it can't stand all of this. These emotions are so intense that it projects it all out. And that projection of thought outwards was what created miscreated this entire physical universe. That's the Big Bang that the cosmologists talk about. And they can't tell you why it happened. They can tell you what happened and then how the physical universe evolved after that, but they cannot tell you why it happened, because that's a philosophical question. And Jesus is answering the question. He's saying it happened because of this enormous error that you thought you made, the tremendous sense of sin and guilt and fear, and you couldn't handle that. So the mind says, well, project it all out, create this illusory domain where you can go away and you can hide from God. This is where we come to hide from God. Right? So we're hiding from our own pure formless awareness because we think that pure formless awareness is going to destroy us. That's the ego's delusion. And so the whole thing is a projection. So you refer back to this, he's saying that there's no substantial content here. So pragmatically, what has no real effect has no real existence. Okay? So this entire domain of illusion has no real effect and no real existence. Because that thought of separation that kicked it all off is not real. So what comes from an unreal thought must be unreal. And all of its projections, all the stuff of the projection of the projections of the universe, the seemingly external forms that populate this world, which is all just projection of this one insubstantial idea of separation, which is what he's referring to. Being without substantial content, it lends itself to projection.
Yeah.
So now we project out and we see in the external some kind of reality. And what we do is we identify our minds with this. This is the cunning thing of the ego. We identify with the form. So now we are a body. Who has a certain form, we have a separate identity because, well, clearly I have a separate identity because I'm in a separate body. So it must be true. And this is all projection. Perception within the ego framework and projection go hand in hand to create this illusion. As he says, it lends itself to projection. So the wrong-mindedness now is simply when we believe this story. Wrong-mindedness would be the ego's interpretation of its miscreation. To say, yes, this is all true, this is real, it's really happened, you really are a body, you really can suffer and die, there's all these other bodies who can hurt you, and sin and guilt and fear and pain and suffering and death and so on are all real. That is a profound level confusion. because we have totally confused ourselves about our reality. Okay, so number 4 makes sense now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
So number 5, I think it's your turn again, Ayana.
Level adjustment power of the miracle induces the right perception for healing. Until this has occurred, healing cannot be understood. Forgiveness is an empty gesture unless it entails correction. Without this, it is essentially judgmental rather than healing. So the miracle induces the right, the miracle thinking produces the right environment for healing, the right source for healing.
Hmm.
We're not creating from the body, it's from source.
Hmm.
Until this has occurred, healing cannot be understood. It's coming from the wrong source. Forgiveness is an empty gesture unless it entails correction, and the correction is another word for miracle.
Yeah, exactly. In our definition, we've got where are we?
I love that last line. Without this, it is essentially judgmental rather than healing. And that was always my feeling about church. You know, forgive those who trespass against us. And I would think, no way. It was, I still think you're wrong, but I'll say it anyway. I forgive you.
Yes, but I haven't really, because the error is still in my mind. It's very much there. You've trespassed against me.
Yeah.
You know, you've hurt me, and so it's real. But the church says, the principle says I must forgive.
Yeah.
So yes, I say I forgive you, but actually I still hold the separation in my mind.
Sure.
Yeah.
And in the body. Yeah. Yeah. I remember that feeling of protest in my body. Yeah. Or say you're sorry. Say you're sorry to your sister.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know.
And I'm not. I'm not really sorry.
No, I'm not fucking furious.
So I'll just pretend. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the true miracle is no pretense. It's a genuine change in perception. So if you look at this definition, maybe you want to read that, Iona. The miracle is the result of. No, you need to look on the screen. Yeah.
Sorry, yes. The miracle, the result of changing one's perception from a negative to a loving one that leads to an awareness of the true self or Christ. Yep. This may have tangible effects in the world of form, such as miraculous events, circumstance, for example, healing of the body or a special relationship, but doesn't have to have tangible effects to qualify as a miracle. Right. Yeah. The healing of the body, the letting go of all the ideas attached to a sore hip, a sore knee, whatever it is.
Yeah. Maybe I must just amend that. Since the process and result, changing one's perception. So it's a correction in perception. So you can retranslate, because we do this quite a lot, Lucy. We look at the terms, and then when he uses a term like father or son or God, we translate it into other language, and that kind of brings a different perspective on it. So the miracle, if you translate that sentence, the level adjustment power of the miracle, replace miracle with correction and see what happens. I want to try that.
So instead of reading miracle, put correction in.
Level adjustment power of the correction induces the right perception for healing.
It does make sense. It's a correction in our mindset, in our perception.
Yeah.
Till this has occurred, healing cannot be understood. Forgiveness is an empty gesture unless it entails correction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't fudge it. You can't say I forgive you, but actually in my mind I'm still holding on
Yeah.
to these judgmental thoughts. Without this, it's essentially judgmental rather than healing. So there's actually 3 levels of forgiveness. There's pseudo forgiveness, which is the kind we're talking about. I forgive you. I say I forgive you, but actually, in truth, I'm still judging you. And this is the ego is very cunning there, because then it uses that to create a misidentity in that person's mind of being superior.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so superior. I'm holier than thou. I'm the righteous one, and you're the sinner.
Yeah.
That's not forgiveness at all. So it might kind of masquerade as it, but it's pseudo forgiveness. It's just judgment in disguise. And then you have kind of a halfway house of some kind of compassion, where you go, okay, it still happened. This has hurt me or someone else. It's really happened, but I can maybe understand that whoever did this, that person is just a bit lost and confused, and they're doing the best they can at that time. They just don't know any better. So there's a softening of your judgment. You instead of condemning, you kind of soften that, but it still happened in your mind. So it's not the full radical forgiveness that Jesus is teaching. And then level 3 is radical, where it's like go to the root of it. The root of it is that this isn't true. That's the truth of the matter. That whatever's happening in this domain of time and space is not true. It's a projection of the ego mind. So why am I judging it and getting upset about it if it's simply not true? It's just a dream, which never happened.
Radical forgiveness.
So that's the radical. And radical simply means, it comes from the Latin root word, which means radix. Radix means root. So that's what it means. So radical means just getting to the root of it. And it's interesting in our society, because radicals come to have other connotations. So I'm radical, or you're somehow dangerous. You're some kind of radical who's going to be dangerous to society or to other people. When in fact it just means, well, let's actually get to the root of the problem and fix it there. Because actually, in truth, no other problem solving approach is going to work than a radical approach. Because you'll simply make what we do in the ego is we don't look at the root, and we look at the symptoms of the problem, and then we try and address the problem on that level of symptom and not of cause. Which, coming back to when we started this conversation 4 hours ago, was this is what we've done in our society, and this current COVID block really is just an expression of that thought system, trying to fix it at the level of form, and not recognizing that actually there's, let's go to the root of this and heal it there. The root is in the mind. So what's needed really is mind training, to train people simply not to be fearful of this. That would go the whole way. If no one feared COVID and it simply wasn't real in their perception, it would disappear, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Simply wouldn't be there. Everyone would just go, this is just illusion.
Yeah.
No, we don't need to get sick. We don't believe any of this.
No.
A load of nonsense.
Yeah.
And how can it sustain if the mind doesn't believe in it? And from a causation, just on a physical causation level, I don't think there is even a virus. I don't believe in a virus. Our research seems to show me that there is no such thing. It's a construct of the mind. We've invented it. And we go, oh, there's this thing called a virus, but actually it doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
So there's other causes, and the primary cause is the mind. I mean, if you put people into a lockdown situation, you financially stress them, you socially stress them, you emotionally stress them, you stick some 5G high frequencies into the equation as well. Their body's already quite toxic, they're already quite vulnerable. What's going to happen? The average person's going to get sick.
Exactly.
It's not rocket science. I mean, it's a formula. You just go, okay, well, if we put all these things into the soup mix of sickness, the sickness production system, then we'll get sickness. and that's what's happened.
Mm.
And then we'll say, oh, the cause is this, and now because we've convinced you that that's the cause, we now need the solution, which is this. But that's all spurious. You go to first principles, which is the radical approach, and you say it's simply not true.
Yeah.
None of it's true. It's all the ego mind playing itself out, and nothing the ego does is true. So I'm not going to believe any of it. And then you have the answer. Then you're like, okay, well, none of this has to. I don't have to give this any power whatsoever, because it's all untrue. Oh, thank God for that. It's such a relief. Thank you, Jesus,
Yeah.
for teaching us the truth through, in the level confusion. I mean, it's so confusing, isn't it? If you get confused between right and wrong mindedness, it's so confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of
And
course.
you mentioned that, the family, etc. Well, if they don't see the truth, they're just confused. They're level confused.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they think you're confused. But then the ego will always think that the spirit's confused, because it has to think the spirit's confused if it's going to
Survive.
believe. It can't believe in what the spirit is saying, because that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
So they're at odds. These are not thought systems that are going to reconcile in any way, shape, or form. And that is one of the key messages of this teaching.
Mm.
That you cannot reconcile these. You must choose.
Mm.
So don't try and reconcile them. Just identify which is which and make the right choice. And that's what the miracle is, when you make the right choice in any particular situation.
I'm absolutely loving this, but I know that I'm on this time game.
Okay, so we've got 3 paragraphs to go. Can we
Okay.
finish?
Yeah.
So number
Okay.
6, do you want to read that?
Miracle-minded forgiveness is only correction. It has no element of judgment at all. The statement, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, is in no way evaluates what they do. It's an appeal to God to heal their minds. There is no reference to the outcome of the error. That does not matter. I love that statement. And I was thinking about how I would apply it myself without sounding superior or judgmental. And it's not about appearing, it's like, would I feel that? Yeah, and this is why the course is so good for me, because I'm understanding that if I lose my judgment, if it comes from the right source, then it's Father, forgive them, but they know not what they do. It's yeah, there's no recourse to the error. There's no kind of, because you're so dumb you can't see the big picture. Nothing like that. Yeah.
It just sees that there's an error, and the only desires for healing. Like, I just want the healing of those minds.
Yeah.
And healing is not on the physical level; it's the mind level.
Right.
I want them to wake up to who they really are.
Yeah.
They don't know what they're doing. If you don't know who you are, then by definition you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Everything's confused, because your identity is where it all comes from.
Yeah.
And the mind also isn't co-opted by fixing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a big thing, for spiritual people is, oh no, I want to fix someone. I want to help them.
I know.
Yeah.
Being the savior, and that becomes an identity in itself.
Yeah.
True.
And actually, you don't necessarily want that. You want to release that and be like, okay, I'm free as that person. I see them in their holiness, in their right mind. And maybe I can't do anything about it. Maybe they're playing out their pattern. I observe that. It's like, okay, no judgment. I'm not condemning them. I'm not making myself superior. I just observe it and I go, well, I'm available to help. If I can help, then I will. But if I can't, then okay, that person must have, they've got to play out their patterns, and they've got to learn another way.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, I don't need to, everyone's just on a journey back to source. And they're different phases of it. At some point they will get it. Maybe not this lifetime. Who knows? But who is it for me to say that they should get it now?
Yeah.
Because I've chosen to get it now doesn't mean everyone will choose it to get it now. So then that's okay.
That's
You know,
important.
it's giving you this eternal frame of reference to say, look, it's all fine. Everyone's going back to God. Doesn't matter how lost they are, they're going, and they will get there eventually. So
Mhm.
I can kind of accept that, and wherever the person is, right, that's okay. And so you stop trying to, you know, fix people or change them.
Yeah, don't fix.
None of that matters. If you retranslate Father, so Father is source and God is pure formless awareness. So do you want to do a retranslation for us, Lucy? So from the statement, and then just retranslate Father and retranslate God in the next sentence.
Retranslate it, the statement, Father, forgive them.
Or just the word Father.
Father, well, would just be myself.
Source. Just use source.
Source, okay. It is an appeal to God to heal their minds. It is an appeal to source, to my own. perception. No, it is an appeal to.
We usually use pure formless awareness, but you could use
your formless.
perfect love. You could use pure love, perfect oneness. These are all, you know, synonyms.
It is an appeal to perfect awareness to heal their minds.
Hmm.
So it's not my responsibility. It's
Hmm.
not my, whoever my is, but it's up to source. It's up to something else that's not.
And then, you know, the art of this, the art of healing, is just saying, well, how can I be useful? And because source, you know, needs channels to channel through in this world.
Yeah.
So can I be used authentically? You know, so it's not me coming in trying to fix the problem. The me has gone away, and I'm just a channel for this healing that's coming from pure formless awareness to come through and say something or do something to be truly helpful, which leads us nicely. Well, we've got another paragraph, and then we've got the final prayer, which is a lovely prayer to remind ourselves of. Okay, so the injunction, be of one mind. In fact, Diana, you read that. So I'll read the last one to you, and a little closing meditation for a couple of minutes.
The instruction, be of one mind, is a statement for revelation readiness. My request, do this in remembrance of me, is the appeal for cooperation from miracle workers. The two statements are not in the same order of reality. Only the latter involves an awareness of time, since to remember is to recall the past and the present. Time is under my direction, but timelessness belongs to God, or pure formless awareness. In time we exist for and with each other. In timelessness we coexist with pure formless awareness. Be of one mind is a statement for revelation readiness. So revelation. Yeah, I might need a bit of help unpicking that.
Yeah.
The word revelation. Try to remember the connection between revelation and awe. Like that is truly awe-filled or awesome.
Yeah. So revelation is a state of mind beyond time and space.
Right.
When you go into pure formless awareness, essentially, you're in that awareness. That awareness is yours. That's your complete awareness. So in a revelation, there's no awareness of the body, or the body senses, or time, space. These concepts and all experience of anything in time and space simply drops away. So it's quite an unusual state. It doesn't happen very often.
Right.
But it can happen. You know, you can go into a revelatory state, and that might only last a few seconds, but that's enough. Like I had a little revelation at the end of my Vipassana retreat and was like, wow, like I just see it. You know, that instant is enough to see. It's an opening into this timeless, pure formless awareness. And then he's just explaining that these two statements are not in the same order of reality, because you have revelation on the one hand be of one mind. So that's that your mind is the mind of God. Your mind is just pure formless awareness. And you have only that experience. So that's revelation. Do this in remembrance of me is the appeal for cooperation from miracle workers. They're saying, in this world, in time and space, he's asking for our cooperation to follow his guidance, follow his directions. And only the latter involves an awareness of time, because it's still working within the time-space construct. So to remember is to recall the past and the present. Okay? So you're now still in time, because you're recalling. And then just using this example, saying, time is under my direction, but timelessness belongs to God. Okay? So time, as it's reinterpreted by Jesus or the Holy Spirit, whichever you prefer to, it's really the awareness of oneness that's directing time. And so it reinterprets your experience and reinterprets time and space for you while you seeming here. But timelessness belongs to God. Okay, so just being in the eternal means that you're one with God, that source. Timelessness belongs to source, or pure formless awareness. So in time we exist for and with each other, and in timelessness we coexist with God, or pure formless awareness. So these are the different levels of the course.
Yeah.
It's called the Course in Miracles because he's training us on the level of form in time and space to change our perception so that we are ready for revelation when it comes. So our minds have been corrected to the point where we are very open to that experience, and then it comes when it comes. Maybe it only comes after death, who knows? But you're preparing your mind through this constant correction, which is what the miracle is. Which is why he says time is under my direction. So if you use time constructively, then you're doing it with the guidance of Jesus and the Holy Spirit to help you to interpret it as, well, this is the only reason that I have time, and if I have experiences in time, is to correct my mind, to correct my perceptions that are faulty. Okay, does that clarify it a bit? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so shall we just end off with a little mini med? It'll only be a couple of minutes. I'll just read this to you. It's a nice ending for this. It's a prayer.
Oh, this is lovely, this one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And I'm going to include it every day in your email so that you can reference it if you want to. It's a nice way of starting the day. Just setting an intention to be truly helpful. Okay, so making yourselves comfortable. Are you taking photos?
I just had to. They look so beautiful. I just had to take a photo.
Okay. A selfie moment. All right, so just making yourselves comfortable, sitting feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands in your lap, close your eyes. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose. And just breathe in this loving presence that's guided us through the session. It's always there. Remind yourself as you breathe it in that you can do much on behalf of your own healing and that of others. If in a situation calling for help, you think of it this way. So breathe in again, and maybe bring to mind a situation that calls for help. It might be a situation in your own life, in someone else's life, where there's some distress, there's some difficulty, and it's calling for help. And now say to yourself, I'm here only to be truly helpful. I'm here to represent Him who sent me, the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do, because He who sent me, the Spirit of love itself, will direct me. I'm content to be wherever He wishes, knowing that this love goes with me wherever I go. I will be healed as I let Him teach me to heal. And so as you exhale, have a sense of just extending. It's really this love just extending through you. You're not doing anything, you're just allowing it. So it flows through your mind and extends to other minds. Feel that extension of this healing energy, which is just love. And it's radiating from you to this person or people you thought about. Have only the desire to heal, to be truly helpful to them. And you don't judge how that should look, when it should happen. You just express the desire to be truly helpful, and then you let it go. So let it go, feel the expansiveness in your own mind. So as you give healing, so you're healed. As you give love, so you experience more love and more gratitude. So feel the love, feel the gratitude, breathe it in again to every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. In this loving presence. So connect with it, anchor it in. Remind yourself that you're here only to be truly helpful in every situation, in every circumstance. There are no exceptions to that. Accept that as your true purpose as a miracle worker. Now, so it is said, so it is done. And then exhale out again. So you just feel this extension of love, gratitude to everyone. So not just to this particular person or people that you thought about who need the healing. This is everyone, because everyone who's in form needs healing. They wouldn't be here if they were pain-free. They come because this is where we can learn lessons. So anchor the state in, feel the love, expansive, infinite in its nature, always there, always available to you and everyone else. There's no limit to it, no borders, no boundaries. It's all encompassing. You smile. Allow this love to radiate through your mind, your heart. And when you're ready, just set the intention to stay here in this love and gratitude. Let it guide you for the rest of the evening and on into your week. So it is said, so it is done. And when you're ready, open your eyes. And just give thanks.